Chapter 888. The deep and dark space was filled with an ominous aura that made people uneasy. The distant starlight from hundreds of millions of years ago shone on this corner of the planet. However, when it passed through the black aura, it avoided it uneasily. The deviation of the starlight made the space here seem exceptionally distorted. It was as if layers of vortexes covered the black planet evenly, twisting away all elements that approached it. Perhaps because they sensed that a great battle was about to erupt, the black planet was very quiet at the moment. The surging gales on the surface of the planet stopped at that moment. The hordes of void beasts raised their heads and opened their bloody mouths at the starry sky. They seemed to be roaring, but no sound came out. In the starry sky, large swathes of space began to distort. Countless cracks appeared in space like a shattered mirror. Strands of brilliant golden light squeezed out from the cracks, illuminating the dark land. The ominous black fog was actually slightly weakened under the illumination of the golden light. We're here. Is this the planet? What a dense aura of darkness. Hwayne steadied himself in the starry sky. His black eyes looked at the enormous planet in front of him. The hordes of void beasts gave off an abhorrent aura of darkness, which made him frown slightly. Yun Nuoshing and the others landed beside him. Then, the space beside them suddenly shattered. Countless spirit warriors and Nanar experts emerged from space and spread out. They stood according to a certain formation. There were at least 10 million of them, and they stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. However, compared to the entire planet, they were only a small dot. Moreover, there were hundreds of billions of enemies on the planet. If they split the numbers evenly, each person would have to kill at least 10,000 void beasts. Brother, they've sensed that we're here. The 8 life forms that we sensed that day are already moving. They're all in the center, behind the barrier. Ming sensed with the help of the Book of the Epochs, then nodded. Oh. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at the scarlet demon who was hanging upside down in Emo Qing's hand. He asked, "Is it really okay to bring this guy here?" The scarlet cracks on the scarlet demon's face were still flashing with light. Yun Nuoshing knew that he was talking, but he was covered in dozens of layers of soundproof spells, and they were in the starry sky. Everyone was talking with their souls or minds, so no one could hear what he was saying. It shouldn't be a problem. Nightmare thought for a while and nodded heavily. I think he's a very good weapon. Look, it even has barbs. As the nightmare spoke, it grabbed his feet and swung them around. Everyone was speechless. Was the barb referring to the pair of goat horns? Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Don't let him run away. Don't worry, the boss has to worry about those big guys down there. Just let us watch the small shrimps. Nightmare waved his hand and revealed a smile that said, "Don't worry about me." Yun Nuoshing was silent. That scarlet demon was actually quite a powerful opponent. This could be seen from the fact that he could single-handedly challenge the Lord of the Spirit Realm, Havana, the strongest person in the 5 Elements realm. However, he was inhumanely sealed by a few suspicious people with the mentality of killing first and reporting later. According to his own estimation, that scarlet demon, Devil Nightmare and the others would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. If they were in the 8 Elements realm, it would be even more difficult. Yun Nuoshing and the others did not know what level of power he had released. Let's not think too much. Let's do it. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and smiled faintly. As soon as he finished laughing, Yun Nuoshing raised the Nethervoid sword in his hand. Streaks of purplish-black light gathered at the tip of the sword. The power of the stars in his body circulated rapidly, and the origin of his divine body surged. Along with the boundless power of the stars began to riot in the sky. The endless stars suddenly became abnormally bright. It was as if many bright lamps had appeared in the starry sky. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look up and down. Within the abnormally bright lights, a terrifying star energy was surging towards them, ignoring space and time. 3,000 stars, listen to my command. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and raised the dark ruined sword. The power of the stars madly gathered inside and outside his body. The art of stars gave him great control over the power of the stars. As long as he wanted, he could control the power of the stars in the entire starry sky with just a thought. Boundless power of the stars gathered on the nethervoid sword, dyeing it with the colors of a star domain. Bright spots of starlight surged, and the divine sword seemed to have become the embodiment of a star domain. A dense aura of stars that couldn't be dispersed spread out around Yun Nuoshing, and then the colorful flames inside his body surged out. Phaseless art, Yun Nuoshing gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and raised it up high. He murmured, then widened his eyes and stabbed the sword fiercely into the space of the star field. It was as if he had stabbed into glass, and the space cracked like a spider web. Cross. Judgment. As his voice fell, the endless starlight was annihilated in an instant. It was as if it had been devoured. The flames withered. Then everyone saw the black planet below start to shake violently. In an instant, a cross-shaped crack that stretched across half the planet's surface suddenly appeared. That huge cross burned with the colors of the star field. Along with the colorful flames, everyone could even see the barrier that enveloped the planet's core at the bottom of that perfect cross of flames. Countless heavenly void beasts were killed by this attack. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the cross-shaped fissure. This is phaseless art? Devil Nightmare blinked and recovered from the shock. He asked confusedly, "The power of this godly spell depends on the distance. It seems that the farther it is, the more powerful it is. Holy **T. You can release such a powerful attack across the starry sky. Boss Mao, when did you learn this?" Yun Nuoshing facepalmed. Big Sister Jean found Uncle Phaseless to rob. Everyone nodded. Yao Hua and the others understood what was going on. They all knew that their master loved Yun Nuo so much that it was a trivial matter to spend a lot of money on it. Didn't they see how much they cherished Yun Nuo to the point of morbidity? They treated Yun Nuo like a bastard, spirit light barrier, battle form. Hwayne waved his hand and roared in his mind. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill. In the starry sky, all the powerful beings roared in response. Then, beams of dazzling golden light shot out. Golden lines extended from all the powerful beings of the spirit tribe and connected to each other like a giant spider web. As this web-like spirit light barrier was built, Yun Nuoshing sensed that the energy used to build this spirit light barrier wasn't much less than his. The energy in this starry sky was almost instantly sucked dry. The cross-shaped crack had already been filled up by the void beasts. However, the crack was simply too huge. At this moment, they could only block the innermost layer of the barrier from everyone's sight. They were far from being able to restore it to its original state. Boom! There was a huge commotion in the starry sky. Just as everyone was forming the spirit light barrier, Hwayne roared and clenched his fist. Instantly, everyone saw the starry sky slowly distort. The distorted space was expanding with the black planet as the center. It was as if the entire starry sky was going to be twisted into pieces. Moreover, under the vortex-like distortion, endless star energy fell towards the planet like a waterfall. The many powerhouses of the Ling clan also released powerful energy attacks at this moment. The golden light almost condensed into a curtain, and along the trajectory of the space distortion, it surged towards the black planet from all directions. When Yuan Shi and the others saw this, they understood what was going on. They looked at each other and roared. The energy in their bodies gushed out as if it was free. They didn't care about any special moves or technique. They just threw tons of pure energy into the huge golden waterfall. All of the attacks converged in an instant. The explosive power was concentrated in the center and roared as it rained down on the planet below. Hum! Suddenly, a buzzing sound penetrated the silent star field, causing everyone's eyes to focus. As if they had sensed something, they turned their gazes. In the sky above the center of the cross-shaped crack, a figure suddenly appeared. It was only a 2-meter-tall figure. In the background of the energy curtain and the planet, it was so small that it was difficult to notice. However, it was this figure that caused everyone to turn their gazes. It was as if they had discovered a bright spot in the void, attracting everyone's attention. Aya Gushi, you idiot. Don't tell me you didn't dare to resist after seeing your old master. You were actually caught. The figure that appeared ridiculed. It was a humanoid creature that looked similar to the Scarlet Demon. At least, it was humanoid, but its body was much stronger than the Scarlet Demon. There were black rings that were several feet wide rotating behind it. Some of the rings were broken into 2 or 3 pieces, and some were simply condensed from fragments. Its face was also black. There was only a yellow vertical slit that extended from its forehead to where its mouth should be. There were also yellow cracks on both sides of its cheeks that looked like patterns. Oh, it's coming aggressively. What an imposing manner. The tall and burly yellow figure gently clapped his hands as though he was applauding. In the next second, he waved his hand, which was the size of a praying mat, and a rumbling sound was emitted from the blackness that permeated the entire planet. Subsequently, everyone saw countless void beasts suddenly explode into clusters of black fog. Countless fog soared into the sky and swiftly formed a black barrier on the surface of the planet. On the surface of the barrier, there were many strange ferocious faces that continuously emitted furious roars. Bang! Boom, boom, boom! The moment the black barrier was formed, the energy shock waves that descended like a net from the sky also arrived. Suddenly, the starry sky trembled violently under the terrifying energy shock waves. Black cracks bloomed like an abyss. The space storm that bloomed in the star sector affected a larger area, but it also dissipated faster. In less than a minute, the violent energy storm that enveloped the entire planet gradually dissipated. The black barrier that enveloped the entire planet also collapsed at this moment. However, it had withstood all the attacks before that. The God Clan of the 5 Elements realm, huh? I've been watching you for a long time. The yellow demon glanced at Havana and the others through the cracks, then sneered disdainfully. If it weren't for the protection of the first god, you would have already. Boom! Before the Abyss Devil could finish his words, a brilliant light flashed across the sky. The brilliant golden light was like thunder and lightning. It was pure light. It was a huge golden beam of light that swept across and devoured the Abyss Devil's body. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. She turned her head and saw Ming maintaining her posture with her jade-like hand outstretched. Under her transparent sleeve, beautiful golden runes appeared on her entire right arm. Without a doubt, the attack just now was launched by this girl. Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Ming was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yun Nuoxing. That guy talks too much nonsense. Everyone was speechless. The golden light below flashed and disappeared. The yellow demon was no longer in that position, but he left behind a sentence that slowly floated in the void. Hey! How imposing! You can slowly struggle and resist. When you appear in front of us, everything will be too late. Master will kill all of you. It's a little noisy. Hearing the voice inside the defensive barrier, Yun Nuoxing nodded. She waved her hand and looked at Havana. The two of them shouted in unison, "Attack!" As soon as the 2 words came out, the experts of Nainar World, the experts of the spiritual realm, and Yuan Shi's group all rushed out like wild horses. They were so fast that Yun Nuoxing and Havana couldn't react in time. When the 2 of them turned their heads, there was an empty space beside them. Then, flames suddenly rose up from below. The 2 team leaders looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and descended. Yun Nuoxing took out the array book. The golden light of the divine domain filled the sky above the planet, strengthening the people on the battlefront that stretched for tens of thousands of miles and weakening the void beasts. Boom! The entire battle line was charging towards the crack. In just a short while, the crack had been mostly filled up. However, the crowd was like a heavenly blade that pierced straight in, tearing open the rapidly healing crack once again. Millions of experts were drowned by an even more endless number of void beasts. This was a battle that would not end until one of them was dead. There were void beasts in all directions, in front, left, right, above their heads, and even under their feet. In fact, there was no place to step on. It was possible that one could only step on the head of an unlucky void beast. In this violent and chaotic battle, there were no more tactics to speak of. Everyone charged forward with their divine domains that were constantly recovering their strength. When they swung their blades or flashed by their energy, they would take away large numbers of void beasts. These small void beasts were too weak. They couldn't withstand the energy attacks of so many experts at all. Just the barrier of spiritual light in the form of an attack could directly kill them. Those that managed to reach the barrier were only those that relied on their own lives. They might not even have time to raise their claws before they crashed into the barrier. They could only cause negligible damage to the barrier. The fierce battle illuminated this dark place. The experts of Nanar and the experts of the Spiriters' world, who had astonishing combat power, were fighting against the void beasts that were risking their lives. As expected, they were in a stalemate. However, the speed of their advance did not slow down at all. Everyone knew this, and Havana knew it even better. They only wanted to send Yun Nuashing and the others into the barrier of this planet. As long as the matter inside was taken care of, the void beasts outside would naturally be nothing to be afraid of. As for the two protagonists of this matter, Yun Nuashing and Zero, they had been sullen ever since they charged into this strange place. From time to time, they would wave their hands and throw out energy attacks, blasting a huge hole in one direction. Other than that, they did not do anything else and did not say anything else. Their expressions were so grave that everyone else felt the same. As they buried themselves in the battle, they did not say anything other than a few loud shouts. "Boss, the big guys have come out." A hurried call brought the slightly absent-minded Yun Nuashing and Zero back to their senses. They looked at each other and then looked forward. The big guys that Nightmare was talking about were naturally not the king-level ones who were wrapped in chains. Those seemed to be all inside the barrier. However, although the ones that appeared here were not king-level, they were all junior and general level. A huge hole had been created in the barrier of the countless small void beasts. At this moment, everyone had passed through the hole, and what appeared in front of them was an even more powerful barrier that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a barrier that was piled up by energy creatures. There was no need for them to say anything. The battle had already begun the moment it was discovered. The battle line that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers instantly shrunk. The golden light of the spiritual light barrier became even more dazzling, blocking all the junior general level ones who tried to use their advantage in numbers and killing them outside the barrier. The powerhouses of Nanar world, the combat groups that knew how to condense energy, also gathered in an instant. Then, they used all their strength to unleash their ultimate moves and beat up the general level ones who rushed forward. At this point, the speed at which everyone was advancing also slowed down the moment they encountered the general level ones. Although they were still advancing at an extremely fast speed, they had not even covered half of the distance on this planet since they had rushed in. And this was after Yun Nuashing had opened a hole in the barrier. In other words, they had only managed to reach this place by sprinting along the crack. "Looks like we'll have to go all out." Seeing this situation, Yun Nuashing could not help but narrow her eyes. Chapter 889. Hundreds of billions of void beasts were besieging a small golden dot, and the number of void beasts that could participate in the battle was less than a drop in the ocean. The majority of the void beasts that were fighting were either rushing to their deaths or rushing to their death. Very few of the void beasts that were fighting could reach the spiritual light barrier and raise their arms. Yun Nuashing and the others were constantly tearing a path through the dense crowd of void beasts in front of them. tens of thousands of void beasts were turned into ashes, but in the next second, the void that had just been torn open would be filled up by the void beasts again. Then, they would continue to charge fearlessly at the group. In their line of sight, other than the black fog, there were only big white teeth. Everyone expressed that those teeth were really too conspicuous, rushing into the depths. Yun Nuoshing, Yuan Shi, and the others couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The beasts that surrounded them from all sides had already become rare, and all of them were 100-meter-long general-level void beasts. Their huge size and huge numbers were piled up in everyone's line of sight, and they could easily rush to the front of the spiritual light barrier. Even if it was only for a second, it was enough for them to launch 2 or 3 powerful attacks. However, the strength of the spiritual light barrier could also be seen. After enduring for such a long time and killing countless void beasts, it was still standing very firmly in front of them. The divine domain had already been withdrawn. Yun Nuoshing used the 2 divine tools as the energy source to support the array book to open up the domain for the second time. The instant the star-forbidden domain appeared, the surroundings were almost empty, but it was quickly filled up again. Zero was using an unprecedentedly powerful power of time to throw everything in front of them into the sea of time to be destroyed. Everything that dared to approach or charge in was swallowed up by time. Yuan Shi and the others also entered a berserk state. They even rushed out of the spiritual light barrier with the might of one man holding back 10,000 men, leading everyone's speed to increase by a large margin. However, the 2 idiots who had gone berserk were quickly caught back into the spiritual light barrier. After the 2 had gone berserk, they were carelessly pressed against the ground by a few general-level void beasts. Now that they were caught back, they looked like 2 pieces of charcoal, and it was impossible to tell which side was their face. All kinds of battle sounds could be heard, and a large cloud of black mist drifted and dissipated in front of them. In front of them were void beasts that were constantly being pushed back, and there were general-level void beasts charging at them fearlessly from the left and right. Behind them, they still had to be on guard to prevent others from penetrating the spiritual light barrier and bursting their buttocks. Yun Nuoshing felt like he was drowning in a sea of flames. The flames of war were everywhere, and even he could not help but roll his eyes to express his disgust after watching this kind of battle for a long time. However, the little purple soul sitting on his shoulder did not react at all. It even seemed to be laughing happily, and for some reason, everyone felt a little calmer. Countless void beasts stuck to the group like mud with a great suction force. They were like a layer of rolling black waves. Their ears were filled with the endless roars and roars of the void beasts, as well as the crackling and burning sounds of the spiritual light barrier tearing the void beasts apart. Void beasts that were over 100 meters tall charged at the spiritual light barrier with agility that did not match their size. They swung their arms at the spiritual light barrier, only to be extinguished by thousands of forces, turning them into clouds of black mist. The black mist drifted forward and entered the bodies of other void beasts, causing them to become even more berserk. These energy lifeforms without intelligence had no fear at all. They were not afraid of the tragic scene of thousands of their kind being vaporized or shattered to pieces by various forces. They continued to charge at the group in a suicidal manner. Boom! The unique form of power of the divine artifact exploded. A terrifying wave of energy enveloped the front like a net, and then quickly pushed forward. Every few hundred meters, countless general-level void beasts would die. The violent and unreasonable energy attack instantly emptied out a large part of the battlefield. No matter if it was the void beasts or the group, everyone was silent for a moment. You should at least save some strength. Havana looked at Yun Nuoshing's long hair that was half white and said, "Go inside. The important place is inside. Although it's not very kind to say this, let's leave this place to the children." "I know." Yun Nuoshing panted and nodded. "It's just that I couldn't stand being surrounded by these black things. I couldn't help but make a move. Everyone. But even so, they still pushed forward a lot faster. The surging energy around them was still at an extremely powerful state. From the beginning of the battle until now, the energy in their bodies had not decreased at all. This was all thanks to the 2 large-scale domains that Yun Nuashing had used to replenish everyone's energy consumption. In such a crazy battle where they were going deep into the enemy's formation, energy consumption should have been a major factor in their survival. From the beginning of the battle where they fought bravely, to the end of the battle where they slowly pushed forward to conserve energy, their bodies began to get tired, their energy output could not keep up with their consumption, and finally there would be casualties. These things that should have happened were all resolved by Yun Nuashing's domain array. It could be said that as long as no void beasts rushed into the spirit light barrier, there would not be any casualties. A single void beast was too weak to withstand a single blow from the group of people whose battle prowess was off the chart. Those gathered here were the top forces of the 5 elemental realms. Even general-class void beasts could only struggle at death's door here. Even if they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, there was a limit to how much they could make up for the difference in quality. At the very least, it would be difficult for them to bury this group of people alive with super-high battle prowess. After recovering, Yuan Shi and Nightmare roared and rushed out again. They also took the 2 divine weapons that Yun Nuashing handed to them. Surging energy flowed around them, and it was impossible to tell that the 2 of them, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs just a moment ago, were now fighting more fiercely than anyone else. As soon as they rushed out, a huge wave of energy tore a large number of general-class void beasts in front of them into pieces. Even the larger general-class void beasts could not last more than 3 seconds in that wave of energy. Yun Nuashing attacked twice, but when they saw that his hair was getting whiter and whiter, Ming, Little Moon, and the other girls ordered him not to attack. At this time, he was curled up in the middle of the group like an obedient child, slowly recovering his strength. In fact, it was not a big deal to lose him. The powerful offensive power of the divine light barrier was enough to crush these void beasts. As long as the spirit race experts were willing, they could maintain the divine light barrier with all their strength and then charge forward with their shields, killing all the void beasts. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of spirit race experts behind them, so losing him as a peak combatant did not affect them much. As long as he did not remove the domain formation above their heads, they could continue to charge forward. Carrying the divine light barrier and charging for nearly 500,000 kilometers while facing attacks from all directions sounded very difficult. It would not be a problem for them to kill the void beasts one by one for a long time. However, charging head-on like this and having to kill a path to the center was a bit difficult. Even with various advantages, everyone gradually felt tired. How long has the battle been? Havana waved his hand and crushed a void beast in front of him, then looked at the great spiritual god beside him and asked, "Master, it has already been 2 days. The mortals are almost at their limit. Although Cloud's domain formation can keep everyone full of energy, it is very difficult to get rid of the mental fatigue," the great spiritual god with a serious expression said in a deep voice. "How much longer? At this speed, we should be able to reach the center of the barrier in about half a day. No need to go through so much trouble." Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke, causing everyone to pause and gather their gazes on him. The former smiled and said, "Just hold on for a bit longer. Just a bit longer. When we reach a certain distance limit, I will be able to directly bring everyone over. It will only take an instant. It won't consume too much energy, right?" Havana asked worriedly. "There will be a fierce battle after we enter the barrier." "No, it won't be a problem. Idiot number 1 is not good at anything except for his large capacity." Zero gave him a thumbs up and grinned. Yun Nuashing helplessly sighed and was too lazy to argue with him. "Are you ready?" "There's no problem." Zero chuckled. When his voice fell, he raised his right hand and a golden energy vortex flashed. Then, a large amount of golden energy suddenly appeared in the entire space, spreading throughout the entire spiritual light barrier. "Hey Yuan Shi Nightmare, it's time to come back. Let's charge over in one breath," Yun Nuoxing shouted towards the outside of the barrier. The two trembled and immediately gave up on attacking. They eagerly returned to the barrier. The moment the two of them returned, Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant gold. His colorful hair also changed because of the change in energy, turning into a brilliant gold color. What surged within his body was a wild light element as well as the power of space. The two energies entangled with each other, tumbling endlessly within his body. As he was preparing, Zero also used a time barrier to envelop this 1,000-mile-long battle line. The two of them shouted out in unison. Then, a golden light flashed and the group of people suddenly disappeared from where they stood. Rumble. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by rolling thunder, spatial explosions, time collapses, and other large-scale tremors. Even the void space was shaken to the point of collapse by this chaos. Outside the core barrier of this planet, a golden light suddenly bloomed, and all the void beasts within a range of 10,000 kilometers were all shaken to pieces by the chaotic and violent energy. Then, streaks of golden light descended from the sky, bringing with them a large-scale barrier of spiritual light. Timed void vibration. After Zero came out, the words that he had said before he disappeared could be heard. Everyone looked around with dumbfounded expressions and scratched their heads in confusion. However, when they saw the overwhelming number of void beasts rushing over once again, they subconsciously attacked. Then, they quickly looked around and saw that the front of the large group had become the back. This was because they had already touched the barrier, and the back had become the place where the heavy firepower collided. It was also the edge of the spirit light barrier. After reacting, the soldiers quickly adjusted their positions and continued to shrink the battlefield, tightly surrounding the area within 1,000 kilometers. "We're here already?" Havana was a little confused, but he saw the barrier standing in front of him. It was a transparent barrier. Colors like a rainbow flowed on the barrier, and inside the barrier was a blue land. Solid blue light burst out from the land, surging with powerful energy. If a mortal came here, they would have been killed by the blue energy through the barrier. However, the ones who came here today were all extremely powerful beings of the five elements realm. Most of these natural threats could hardly affect them. I used the timeline to perform a karmic substitution. I stole the result that we would arrive here in 2 hours and made it happen in advance, saving us the cause of having to continue fighting for another 2 hours. In other words, that part of the process. Zero shrugged. However, this took up all of my time. Even for me, it would be difficult to perform a cause and effect substitution. "You there, help me up." Ivan rolled his eyes. Of course, Zero was referring to him. However, there was nothing much to say now. He quickly ran over to support Zero, who was already on the verge of collapsing. "Nonsense. Cause and effect substitution does not require the use of the heavenly God's law. You're lucky that you haven't been drained dry." Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said calmly. Zero laughed dryly and did not refute. On the blue land inside the barrier, there were dozens of giant void beasts scattered all over. They were all king-level void beasts and were the highlight of today's battle. Moreover, there should be a few demons inside. They were powerful beings that were once related to Quarter Moon. Yun Nuoxing patted the transparent barrier and pondered for a while. She turned around and nodded to everyone. "No problem. The barrier is not too strong. The Netherworld Ruins sword can break it. However, after we enter..." Everyone's expression was slightly gloomy. Entering was not the problem. After entering, that was the most important thing. The dozens of king-level void beasts below were already roaring and waiting for them to arrive. Moreover, this was only the number that they could see. Beyond the horizon, there were so many that they could not see clearly. Based on visual estimation, there are 2,000 of them. This blue land is not very big. It is much smaller than Grey and Leviathan. However, there are enough king-level void beasts here. Ming's expression was serious. She pointed at a place. On the opposite side of us, the demons are all there, and that one who has not appeared yet. It is impossible to charge over. We will suffer heavy losses. However, if we charge over, Havana muttered. Ming shook her head. It's too late. Everyone was stunned. What did she mean by too late? Was there a time limit? However, there was none just now. Ming bit her red lips and frowned slightly. The golden Mei Mao stared at the land below and said, My eyes can see all the energy flowing towards the north of this blue land. That includes the void beasts above us. When we were fighting earlier, I felt that a portion of the void beasts' energy was flowing downwards. Oh no, they are raising voodoo insects. Yun Nuoshing slapped her forehead. However, it is useless even if we find out. We still have to charge in. We have to charge in now. We even have to kill that person later. So charge. A roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Yun Nuoshing pulled out the Netherworld Ruins sword. With a roar, she used all her strength to slash at the barrier in front of her. Clang! An extremely loud metallic sound rang out. Yun Nuoshing felt her hands tremble. Then, the transparent barrier shattered with a loud bang. 100-meter-wide hole was blasted open. Countless fragments fell onto the blue land below. Charge in! Yun Nuoshing roared and charged in first. Yuan Shi, Ming, and the others also roared and charged in. Dangerous battle, line up. Team 1 to 70, follow us in. Ivan, get some of the elite soldiers of Naynar World to quickly gather. The rest of you, guard this entrance. Havana also shouted. He waved his hand and rushed into the barrier with a few grand spiritual gods. Yes, God. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yun Nuoshing's body trembled. An electric current flowed through his body, causing him to tremble slightly. However, he quickly recovered. The others were the same. They jumped as if they had been electrocuted. Their bodies quickly adapted and reacted automatically. Oh, I have something to say. When everyone landed on the ground, Yun Nuoshing turned around. This matter seemed to be quite important, so much so that he directly ignored the big guy 100 meters away. Everyone also listened attentively. However, just as Yun Nuoshing was about to say something, the big guy from 100 meters away rushed over at an extremely fast pace. The sound of chains clanking could be heard. Even the king-level warrior whose abdomen was chained opened his mouth and let out a roar. 2 streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. I said be quiet. Yun Nuoshing glared, and the Nethervoid sword slashed down with a thunderous roar. A gigantic purplish-black sword light that was 100,000 feet long surged forward with a power that could devour the heavens and the earth. Borrowing the power of light, it almost instantly swallowed the king general. The sword ray slashed across the ground for hundreds of miles. It did not cut open the blue land. Instead, it killed many king-level warriors along the way. Oh, what was I going to say just now? Oh, I remember now. Yun Nuoshing frowned for a while. Then, he clapped his hands in realization. Everyone. Ahem, this planet is a condensation of energy. Yun Nuoshing squatted down and reached out to touch the cold ground. He turned around and saw the various expressions on everyone's faces. There was confusion, shock, and something else. After thinking for a while, he added, The crystallization of the origin of energy is energy that has condensed into a solid crystal. The core of this planet is a crystallization of the origin of energy. What kind of crystallization of energy is it? Yuan Shi scratched his head and asked in confusion. Probably. Yun Nuoshing muttered. Then, he raised his head and pointed to the sky above them. There was a layer of barrier separating the endless void beasts outside. It's that kind of energy. When he said this, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Chapter 890. On the blue ground, countless energies flashed past uncontrollably. The sky was filled with boundless black clouds. The blood that was burning during the battle had yet to calm down. However, Yun Nuoxing's words made everyone feel like they were in the middle of winter. They couldn't help but shiver a few times. The power of the void beasts was a mutated dark element. The mutation was very thorough. There was almost no trace of the dark element left. Everyone had fought with void beasts before. They knew how strange and difficult it was to deal with. Moreover, it was very powerful. Now that they knew that the ground under their feet was a crystallization of this power, they felt like they were standing on a ticking time bomb. They didn't even know when it would explode. Establish the Holy Spirit formation. Spirit Light Barrier will attack and defend in 3-1-3 forms. Formation Battle. Havana waved his hand and immediately interrupted everyone's horrifying imagination. Ivan and the others nodded in understanding and scattered. There weren't many void beasts where they landed. The one or two that did land were casually swept away by Yun Nuoxing's sword. Kroll, take all the squads from the 1st to the 20th echelon and guard this place. Just guard and strengthen the defense. This is a path of retreat. Havana then turned to Kroll. The latter nodded and grinned. Boss, don't worry. In the spirit realm, I am number 1 in terms of defense. Don't play yourself to death. Ivan rolled his eyes. Are we going to kill our way over? The enemies are all gathered at the back. It seems like it will take some effort to go over. Yuanshi used his chin to point at the king generals who were slowly dragging their heavy bodies over. I can take everyone into the shadows and sneak over, the great divine goddess said softly. The female great spiritual god said softly. Soon after, she raised her jade-like hand. A wisp of golden light flickered from her body and poured into the ground. A transparent golden circular shadow gradually expanded like a shadow. Everyone come closer. After entering the shadow, you can disperse. Before anyone could ask for the reason, they subconsciously moved closer. The golden shadow spread to their feet. Then, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Everything became a little strange. The originally pitch-black sky was now strangely distorted and turbid. Large clouds of black fog twisted into spirals in the sky. From time to time, large pieces of space would collapse. Fragments of space would fall to the ground and silently melt. Wherever they stood, a brilliant golden light was spreading. The blue ground under their feet turned into a black, ink-like object. On the ground in the distance, there were many unknown black objects with many red lines that looked like veins. They were wriggling towards them. Everyone thought for a moment and understood that it should be the king generals who were dragging their huge bodies over with difficulty. The blue ground under the ground was formed by the power of the void beast. Now, it was not strange for it to turn black. However, whether it was the thing in the sky or the king generals in the distance, they were all just blurry shadows. They did not have a physical body. Even their silhouettes could not be seen clearly. It was as if they were all shadows. Oh, the shadow realm. This thing is not bad. It's quite suitable for traveling now, Ling said in surprise. He nodded and said, then let's go. We can't wait too long. This was the first time Yun Nuoxing had seen such a situation. Other than the spirit race, everyone else was more or less the same. It was very refreshing. They looked around curiously. The ground was still the ground, but it had all become shadows. They passed by the king generals. You were even made a face at the latter, but the latter did not react at all. He felt that it was not very satisfying. Suddenly, he rushed up and tore the king generals into pieces with his bare hands. The pieces fell to the ground and stopped moving. Do you still remember what I said about the talent territory of the dark element, the shadow realm? The kind that can achieve the desired result by modifying and breaking the rules. Ling shook his head. Seeing that everyone nodded, he smiled and continued, the shadow realm was created by her. It's somewhat similar to the shadow realm. You can say that it's an inferior version of the shadow realm. You were actually killed a king generals just now. She silently erased it from the rules. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It's not that exaggerated. The female great spiritual god saw that everyone was looking at her. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, the Shadow Realm is not used for killing. Once it erases too many lives, it will expose its existence. The outside world will be able to see shadows like us. Don't forget, we are also shadows now. We can easily tear others apart, but others can also easily tear us apart from the outside. That's why the Shadow Realm is mostly used for hiding. Hwayne nodded and turned around to look at the place where they had set up their base. They had already come into contact with the first king-level void beast. The aftermath of the fierce battle was just a blurry shadow in the Shadow Realm. They couldn't see what was going on. They should be able to hold on for a while. We have to be fast. While no one is stopping us on the way, we should rush over and tie up the demon leaders. Then, we can find the person behind the scenes and beat him up. This matter will probably be over, Yuan, she said in a low voice. But we can't be discovered. If we are discovered on the way, it will be quite troublesome. Everyone nodded. Only Yun Nuoxing and Zero smiled bitterly. Would it really be so smooth? The uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the tip of a knife was directly at their throat. This feeling made their hair stand on end. Half an hour later, after sprinting all the way and even using the light element, everyone arrived at the back of the Blue Land. The moment they landed, the Shadow Realm was quietly dispelled. The female great spiritual god was stunned. I didn't dispel the Shadow Realm. After dispelling the Shadow Realm, the surroundings returned to normal. The group of king generals were also exposed from their shadows. The dozens of king generals turned their gazes at everyone at the same time. Their big white teeth were shining so brightly that they could almost be used as mirrors. Prepare for battle, Havana shouted softly. Divine power surged around his body. Yun Nuoxing raised her head. On the ground in the distance, a huge spire suddenly appeared. It was very spacious at the bottom and extended towards the sky like an inverted funnel. 3 spiral metallic objects intertwined to form a long spike. At the top of the spike, there was a ring of energy that was constantly surging. In the black energy ring, there was a power that everyone was familiar with. It was constantly vibrating, as if it was about to disintegrate. Every time the ring vibrated, the entire spire would light up for a moment and then dim again. That's the power of the void, Havana said in a serious voice. And it's the power of the void of the 8 elements realm. Zero's voice was even more serious. He felt a sudden palpitation. Oh no, this terrible feeling. It seems like there's something inside. I feel a presence that's similar to mine. Could it be, what? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yun Nuoxing quickly asked. Zero frowned. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head and said, No, maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's talk about it later. While everyone was on high alert, their energy was surging, and their killing intent was off the charts. The king-level void beasts only formed a circle on the outside. Their big white teeth were glaring at everyone. Their palms and the octopus tentacles under their bodies were constantly twisting, and the blue earth was surging with energy, constantly providing them with energy. The atmosphere was tense, but Havana didn't give the order to attack, and Yun Nuoxing also held down Yuer, who was eager to give it a try. The void beasts also didn't have the intention to attack, and the two sides inexplicably faced each other. The halo on the spire suddenly expanded from 1,000 feet to 100,000 feet. It extended from the spire to where Yun Nuoxing and the others were, as if it had divided the entire area. Then, the halo trembled slightly and split into 3. One landed on the blue earth, and the other floated into the sky. The 3 halos spun at high speed at the same time. A strange energy quietly appeared in the area that was circled. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last dance. In the sky, a rumbling sound accompanied by wild laughter suddenly rang through the sky. It was as if it came from the sky, creating a hollow echo in the air. Of course, we also have to give you a special welcome, our old master. Although your appearance here makes us a little embarrassed, it doesn't matter. We are now serving our new master. For him, we have no choice but to ask you to die once." After the wild laughter ended, several distorted spatial vortexes suddenly appeared in the air in front of the spire. Then, tall figures emerged from them. They had seen one of them before. It was the yellow demon who had blocked the firepower of the entire army on his own. He was so huge that he was a giant among the demons. Red, yellow, purple, gold, with horns, without horns, with tails, without tails, Nightmare muttered to himself, causing everyone's cheeks to twitch. "Can't you say something else?" However, they had to admit that the division was really too clear. None of them had faces. Other than the golden demon, the others were all black. The cracks on their bodies were also different. There seemed to be no other way to distinguish them apart from color. Hey, you still have a companion here." Nightmare shook the scarlet demon that he had hit countless times like a blunt weapon. He raised his hand and pointed at them. "Aren't you going to say anything? Oh, that idiot Gushi. It's fine if he's caught. It's fine if he's dead. Anyway, he's only worth that much." The yellow demon sneered. He crossed his arms and looked at everyone disdainfully. "I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of us. Do you really think that by getting rid of those ants who can't even be considered gatekeepers, you'll have—" Boom! With another explosion, an extremely brilliant golden pillar of light soared into the sky and instantly engulfed those few figures. Everyone looked at Ming blankly. As expected, the latter's face was as cold as ice. His right hand was covered with many golden runes. "You talk too much." Yun Nuoshing sighed. "Light, where's the light? Are you an angel? The spokesperson of light, the representative of light that's purer than the light element." An extremely destructive power came from the golden pillar of light and frantically counteracted the power of the golden pillar of light. However, in just a moment, the pillar of light dissipated under everyone's gaze, and the figures of a few demons appeared intact. The demon flickering with golden light laughed in a low voice, and a powerful male voice came out. "Let me have a good look at you later, but now." The blue ground suddenly trembled. Everyone was shocked. They moved a little closer. The surrounding void beasts also opened their mouths and roared wildly at the sky. Waves of energy revolved violently in the area covered by the third ring. The surrounding scene became blurry because of this. An earth-shattering energy gradually filled this space. That terrifying energy made everyone's faces turn slightly pale. "Oh, I have to remind you. Even now, I still respect you very much, old master. We had no choice but to start a war. If we hadn't been accepted by the new master, this wouldn't have happened. What a pity, but now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. The powerful you will always be an extremely strong, unstable factor. We can only ask you to leave." The few demons spoke one after another. When their last words fell, the blue ground collapsed. The inverted funnel-like spire in the distance suddenly flickered with light at an extremely high frequency. The third ring also merged into a huge halo in an instant. The dazzling light almost made everyone close their eyes. Then, it suddenly dimmed, as if something had failed to start. There was no movement at all. It went silent? Everyone was stunned. That huge commotion just now, that violent energy made it hard for them to breathe, and then it went mute? "What?" Yuanshi heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. But from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the indifferent looks on the demons' faces. His heart thumped for no reason. He suddenly turned his head and saw Yun Nuoshing and Zero acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces darkened. It was as if they were in a life-and-death situation. His heart slowly sank. Boom! The earth shook as if it was shaking, space collapsed, and the earth sank. Suddenly, an extremely brilliant energy impact surged out from the steeple in the form of a pillar of light that was hundreds of kilometers wide. That chaotic energy was mixed with countless energy that Yun Nuo and the others were very familiar with, elemental energy. Moreover, it was a powerful mixed elemental energy that was forcefully guided by 10 types of elemental energy. When they were mixed together and forcefully repelled and rubbed against each other, Yun Nuoxing and Yao Hua were very clear about that kind of power. Their group of people from the 9 Gods Temple could release a shockingly powerful mixed elemental attack with him as the core. But now, it seemed that the scale and power of the mixed elemental attack that he guided was so weak in front of this violent light pillar that it was as if it didn't exist. It was an extremely violent beam of light, its surface glowing with golden lightning. 10 different elements were mixed in the center, causing the center to turn into an extremely unsettling crimson color. The violent elements were releasing all of their power. If not for the powerful suppression, this beam of light would have disintegrated by itself the moment it appeared. The speed of the light elements made this seemingly long distance as if it didn't exist. Although it was far from the speed of light, that kind of speed was so fast that everyone could only react mentally. They didn't even have the time to control or defend themselves. Moreover, under that terrifying power, everyone was trembling. That powerful power only gave them the smell of death, death. This word was once very far away from them, but it could also be said to be very close. Born in a chaotic place like the realm of the gods, their heads hung from their waist. Who could say for sure that their good friends who were drinking and chatting with each other today wouldn't quietly leave tomorrow? But when they faced this word themselves, they sighed. So it was just a little bit in an instant, perhaps less than a second. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Ming, and the others could only watch as the light pillar swept towards them with unparalleled power. Their minds churned as memories of the past appeared. It's said that people will see their beautiful memories reappear like a revolving lantern before they die. No one knew who said this in the soul communication. Now, only the speed of soul communication could be faster than what was seen in the real world. Even so, no one had the time to react. Hey, did you guys think of anything? I've been like an idiot all my life. There's nothing to think about. I just feel like I've suffered a loss. Nightmare forced a smile. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. So he still knew that he was an idiot. Havana and the others also had a myriad of expressions. No one put up any defense because it was too late. No one put up any unnecessary resistance. They couldn't resist that power. Everyone present felt the smell of death rushing towards them. They couldn't even move. What could they use to resist? What about Yun Nuoxing? He didn't think about anything. His rainbow-colored eyes reflected the extremely tyrannical beam of light. At this moment, his vision seemed to have changed. It was as if he was the one who had launched this attack, and the one standing here was just someone facing his attack. It turned out that his attack was so powerful. It was overwhelming and had the smell of death. It made people feel that they couldn't resist it. Were all the enemies who fell to his god equipment like this? The energy torrent that made time and space tremble came from afar. The sound broke the rules and reached their ears. Yun Nuoxing's mind was a little blank. A memory jumped into his mind. That day, it seemed to be like this moment. He pulled himself out to face the attack. Therefore, he also pulled himself out to face it alone. At the moment of the boom, just when everyone thought that they would be swallowed by the vast and endless energy torrent, a figure like a god descended and stood in front of the unparalleled violent elemental torrent. Boom! The moment the collision occurred, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to collapse in front of their eyes. Their line of sight swayed in front of them. The extremely terrifying energy shock caused everyone's mind to tremble, and they almost fainted. They hurriedly raised their heads, only to see Yun Nuoxing standing alone in front of the violent energy torrent. He stretched out a hand and blocked the violent and restless energy torrent. His beautiful face was incomparably calm, as if he was facing something insignificant and not the terrifying energy torrent. However, All the divine patterns on his body had already lit up with an astonishing radiance. Scarlet runes appeared on his skin and face. After a moment, his beautiful face became ferocious. The 6 wings on his back emitted a resplendent light. Roars sounded as if they were about to condense in the void. Spirit-absorbing divine physique. Release. God reigning diagram. Soul-burning art. 128 times burning. Star art. Star annihilation. 9 elemental God art. Soul-stabilizing bracelet. Wherever his hand touched, an incomparably brilliant radiance was emitted from his body. All kinds of arrays, secret techniques, everything that he could think of, regardless of whether it was attack or defense, was used. He was going all out. He didn't care what the chaotic collision of the various energies in his meridians would cause him to become. He was just doing this. He simply wanted to block it, that was all. The radiance scattered in all directions. The chaotic and violent elemental torrent, with Yun Nuashing as the dividing point, started to break apart and scatter in all directions. It was as if there was a rain of energy in the distant sky. Following an earth-shattering sound, the person in front of everyone also drifted into the distant sky along with the raindrops. Everyone's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. I'm not a hero. That thing died too early. Hero? No, I'm just a mortal. That's why I'm really not a hero. The words that Yun Nuashing had said before echoed in Ming's heart. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale and dim. Then why did you rush out? Over and over again. Chapter 891. The violent element that had used all of its strength had turned into ashes in front of everyone's eyes, but it made them feel extremely depressed. Their faces were gloomy, and there was a ball of anger burning in their hearts. They could sense that Yun Nuashing's reaction had disappeared. Of course, they did not think that the fellow whose vitality was more exaggerated than a cockroach's would become a memory just like that. She should be so weak that they could barely sense her. That's right, Ming recovered from her dazed state, and her beautiful face became extremely cold. The golden Mei Mao glanced at the demons in the distance. This is really a familiar scene. Back in the day, in the past, the old master was also like this, rushing out again and again like an idiot. The demon that was glowing with purple light let out a long sigh. When he saw the strange gazes of his companions, he chuckled. I know now is not the time to think about this. We shouldn't be restrained. We should just do what we want to do, and nothing else matters. We should just be happy. It was like this when we followed Quarter Moon, and it's still the same when we follow Master. When Ming heard this, her eyes became even colder, but she did not rush up to them immediately to settle the score. She only glanced at them, and then looked in the direction where Yun Nuashing had been sent flying. She spread her wings, and her body swayed, about to rush out. Oh, you can't go out! Before Ming could raise her speed to the limit and charge out of the area enveloped by the halo, a deep laughter suddenly sounded beside her ear. A sense of danger also suddenly surfaced, causing her pretty eyes to tremble slightly. Her body hurriedly came to a halt in midair. In the space in front of her, there was a figure whose entire body was suffused with a golden light. Its entire body was bright and golden, as though it was the incarnation of a divine being. However, the divine aura that was emitted from its body caused Ming to feel incomparable disgust. Get lost! The angelic sacred sword instantly appeared in her hand. Ming held it tightly in her hand, and the giant sword was pointed directly at the golden demon. Well, if you have the power to make me get lost, I don't mind. The golden demon crossed his arms and smiled faintly. The cracks on his face that looked like eyes looked behind Ming. There, Zero, Havana, and the rest were surrounded by the remaining demons and a large group of king-level void beasts. This place is not bad. No one will disturb the two of us, and we can test who is the incarnation of a holy being. The moment the golden demon's voice fell, Ming and Mei Mao suddenly froze. Her body swayed and dissipated into pure light particles. Then, in the space, a giant golden palm appeared out of thin air and smashed the dense light particles into pieces. 100 feet away, Ming Ming's figure reappeared. Looking at the golden evil demon, her pretty face was slightly solemn. Her beautiful eyes kept looking behind her and vigilantly at the evil demon in front of her, who was also using divine power. No need to look. The golden demon waved his hand. His 5 fingers clenched a few times like sharp claws, and a low voice came out. This space was already sealed when he was sent out. None of you can get out. From the beginning, we have been waiting for you to come in with the door wide open. But we didn't expect you to be so unguarded and rush into this space. That's good. It saves us the trouble of using other methods. Now, can you fight me with all your strength? Ming was silent. He took the sacred sword with his right hand, and a ray of golden light gathered in his left hand. Another sacred sword appeared in his hand. His hands hung down naturally, and he gripped the sacred sword tightly. His eyelids drooped slightly, and a bright golden light spewed out from the gaps in his eyelids. The wings behind him slowly spread out. You're finally willing to fight me. The golden abyss devil sneered and put down his crossed arms. Just as he was about to move, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. Before he could even turn his gaze, in the blink of an eye, Ming Ming, who was originally thousands of meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. His pure and beautiful face was filled with anger and malevolence. Less than half a foot away from him, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. 2 saint swords had pierced through his huge body, and a golden light sprayed out from his back. I said, "Get out of my way. You want to change this world." Me? Why would I suddenly mention it? Well, I did have the idea. But it's just an idea. It was erased before it could reach my brain. Why? Because it's very tiring. This world is filthy. This world is chaotic. This world is wild and unruly. This world is so gorgeous. It's so beautiful. Ha, what a pity. Then your answer? For this world, your answer? Or is it a reckless move? Who knows? This is the sin of the world. This is the original sin of all things. This is the sin that appeared when the great Yuan realm was born. It's called sin. If no one bears it, it will continuously devour the world. It will devour your world and my world. It will devour the entire world. That is the manifestation of sin. It is the sin that is born from all living beings with thoughts and without thoughts. 1 drop is enough to crush the entire starry sky. How much do you bear? All of it. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. You know I can bear it. I'm not a good person. I'm not a saint either. I'm a demon, a great demon, a saint demon, a mad demon. I'm both a saint and a demon, both good and evil. It's like cutting myself in half. This sin of the world will be borne by me. Now, in the future, it will continue to accumulate. As long as any world exists, it will not die. I will bear it until the day my soul is destroyed. You. Sigh, you lunatic. At least, you have so many friends around you. They are all people you can entrust your life to. Why don't you let them share some of the burden with you, even if it's just a little bit? No. My existence carries the element of chaos. The birth of this element, the appearance of this element, is the product of the extreme mutation of the element of darkness. This element is born with chaos. Even if it dies, it will not bring peace to the world. The element of chaos will cause all things to fall into chaos and become chaotic. It will destroy all rules and order. Even my own body has become strange under its influence. What does this have to do with you bearing the sin of the world alone? There's a whole ocean here. It's the sin of the world condensed by the entire 8 elements realm. Yes, because my life form is already chaotic and has reached an extreme realm. On the other hand, the elements of chaos would stabilize me in that extreme degree of change, and would not change. It is maintaining my current life form, although it is a very broken form and would not change much even if a strange factor was added to it. However, the little girl and old monster mountain could not do that either. Their life forms are normal and complete, while I am close to mutation. Worldly sins is a powerful manifestation of chaos that could affect even heavenly gods. They cannot be affected by it because they are at least humans and gods. As for me, I have lost the right to be human. From that day onwards, even an ocean of worldly sins would only allow me to go further. The voice hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything. Was it because he couldn't refute it? He didn't agree with Quarter Moon bearing the evil thing called the sin of the world, but someone had to bear all of it. Otherwise, the primordial realm would collapse and be completely destroyed. But he didn't want that person to be Quarter Moon, his good friend. Sigh, a faint sigh filled with endless complicated emotions. There was no way to vent, no way to tell. He silently bore his sins. He also silently helped him guard this matter that was not worth mentioning, just like in the past. Whether this matter was right or wrong was never something he could think about. No matter what he said, he wouldn't listen. What he had to bear was only to keep this matter buried and not let his friends know. These memories that contained an enormous amount of information reverberated in his mind. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes in a daze. The noisy storm beside his ears blew his long white hair into a mess. His entire body ached, as if his bones were broken, causing him to temporarily cast aside the memories that had just woken up in his mind. He raised his head, but he couldn't open his left eye. Golden red blood flowed into his left eye, and his vision in his right eye became blurry. After a long time, he finally raised his head and gasped for breath. Around him was a monstrous black fog, and below him was a piece of land that shone with a blue light. Not far away, the monstrous black fog was a gigantic king-level warrior. They surrounded him, opening their bloody mouths and roaring continuously. However, they didn't seem to dare to come over. The area within 100 meters of him was empty. There was nothing except a layer of green barrier that blocked the path of those void beasts. Oh, perhaps he was wrong. There was a little girl squatting in front of him? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He raised his head with difficulty. It was a little girl who wasn't even 10 years old. She was wearing a green dress and was petite. Her face was thin, but it didn't affect her cuteness. There were 2 green stripes on her cheeks that emitted a faint green light. Her eyes were very special. Where the whites of her eyes should have been, there was only a patch of black. Her pupils were green, and her pupils were vertical, just like a cat's eyes. The vertical slits in the middle of her green pupils contracted slightly. The little girl was squatting on the ground with her hands supporting her cheek. She lowered her head to look at him. Her long green hair fell to the ground. His gaze continued to move upwards. Finally, he saw a pair of horns. They were a pair of green horns that extended from her ears. They were about half a foot above her head. They looked like they were made of crystal, and their surface was extremely smooth. Inside, there was a ball of green energy that occasionally transformed into energy fog and occasionally into energy lightning that flowed within the long, crystalline horns. "Who is it?" Yun Nuashing asked. His vocal cords seemed to have dried up and broken as he spoke in a strange, hoarse voice that didn't sound like a human's voice. Furthermore, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt the taste of blood surge into his mouth. It was as if blood had poured into his stomach. The little girl's vertical pupils dilated slightly. After a while, they contracted again. "It seems like you really don't remember anything. You're also a demon?" Yun Nuashing propped himself up with difficulty. When he realized that he couldn't, he gave up and lay on the ground. He strenuously raised his head to look at her. "We once made an agreement with Quarter Moon. That was a contract between us." The girl didn't answer his question directly, but her words could be considered as a tacit acknowledgement of his question. "You'll devour my soul once it's done?" Yun Nuashing teased. The girl shook her head. The world's understanding of demons is somewhat wrong. They think that forming a contract with a demon means sacrificing one's soul. In reality, we have no use for your souls. This contract only sets you for a period of time. We demons are a long-lived species. Our lifespan is almost eternal, but our population is small. Strength is not a big problem for us. We just want to get through this long period of time. Wherever is fun, whoever looks fun, whoever catches our eye, we will follow them for a period of time. We will follow our master to play, to go on expeditions, to travel, until we feel bored and leave, not taking anything that belongs to you with us. Of course, the contract between us also contains our own wishes. Our master needs to help us fulfill our wishes. Gushi's wish is that he wants to live a little longer, to see where there are more interesting places in this world. Li Qin, the purple one, her wish is that she wants to find her previous master, so she followed Crescent Moon. Take a guess, what is my wish? The girl's vertical pupils stared straight at him. Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned. He thought hard for a while, then sighed and shook his head. I don't know. I can't remember. Then we'll talk about it when you remember. The girl looked at him faintly. She sighed with a childish voice, as if she was lamenting about something. What happens if the wish isn't fulfilled? Yun Nuoxing asked again. Nothing will happen. When enough time has passed, if the master can't fulfill our wish, we'll leave on our own. It's just a cheap wish. It's cheap, humble, and has nothing to rely on. The girl couldn't help but sigh as she spoke. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He wanted to say something, but the girl sighed again. You have to give something in order to pray to the devil. Those with evil thoughts will definitely be devoured by the devil. It's just that the evil thoughts in their hearts swelled, and they prayed to the devil. That's the truth. The girl stood up and looked down at him. We've followed you, followed Quarter Moon for countless years. We've never seen him pray to us. However, he doesn't need to. He can do anything that we can do. He can even do things that we can't do. We're even guessing when he'll ask the devil for a prayer. Perhaps when it really came to that point, he was about to fall into absolute darkness. Unfortunately, he passed away before we could reach that point. Before he left, he even wanted to cancel the contract between us, but there wasn't enough time left for him. He could only hurriedly stuff us into a container, saying that there would naturally be a day when the seal would be lifted. Now we've waited for a long time. Finally, the day the contract is no longer valid. So, you plan to kill me to vent the pain of being imprisoned for dozens of eras? Yun Nuoxing asked without changing his expression. To his surprise, the girl shook her head. We don't hold grudges. The reason why we're fighting you is because they thought of an interesting idea and decided to follow a new master. They. Yun Nuoxing caught something. What about you? I plan to follow you. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He thought for a while and wasn't sure if he was right. However, he still asked, Is it related to your wish? The girl was silent and didn't answer. However, Yun Nuoxing guessed that he was right. It was a pity that he couldn't remember what her wish was. To put it bluntly, he couldn't remember who they were. Therefore, he was a little curious. He was curious about the wish that hadn't been extinguished even after dozens of eras. She couldn't help but look for him after the seal was lifted. All right, I'll think about it slowly. What about the contract? How do I do that? Yun Nuoxing said resignedly. You don't object? You've lost your memory. We're strangers now. The girl squatted down again and looked at him with interest. Yun Nuoxing looked at the green barrier and laughed. It's harmless, isn't it? You said that I don't have to do anything. You're still holding up the barrier for me. Moreover, I don't seem to have a choice in my current state. After saying that, he shrugged. However, since he couldn't move at all, he could only move his arm. Yes, that's why I'm done. The girl nodded calmly. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Huh! Just when you fainted. Then why are you asking me? Yun Nuoxing was shocked. It's just a routine notification. We don't need both parties to agree to the contract. We can just do what we want. The girl glanced at him and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Speaking of which, she was a demon. So, this seemed to be quite normal? Normal my ass. If you have the time to think about this, you should focus on recovering. Your companions are fighting with all their might. The girl lowered her head and looked at him. She reached out her small hand and poked his forehead. It's not a big problem. No, it's a big problem for me. Ming and the others can handle it. Yun Nuoshing struggled to support his half-dead body and turned over. He took a deep breath and looked at the girl who was upside down in his line of sight. He said, speaking of which, what's your name? Fu Qing. You gave me that name. I've forgotten my original name. The girl, who called herself Fu Qing, said softly. There was no sadness in her voice that she had forgotten her name. She could even forget her own name, but she could still remember the name that Quarter Moon gave her. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while and sighed. He struggled to sit up with his legs crossed. However, after trying for a while, he realized that he had already used all his strength to turn over. He didn't move anymore and just lay on the ground to recover. Anyway, he only needed to urge the origin of the spirit receiving divine body to cultivate. As for the posture, it wasn't a big problem under special circumstances. However, when he looked inside his body, he could not help but smile bitterly. His injuries were unbelievably serious. His bones and meridians were broken and shattered. His strength was depleted. In the face of such injuries, it was a small problem. No wonder you asked me to leave. You predicted that I would. Before Yun Nuoshing could finish muttering in his heart, Fu Qing spoke again. I predicted that you would rush up and take it head-on. This level of attack is not enough to kill you. She did not feel sorry for him at all. Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly. It was better for him to feel sorry for himself. He did not know if it would be over by the time he recovered and returned to the battlefield. Chapter 892. What's the element of chaos? In the past, your power was incomparably powerful. Perhaps in your senses we also have that kind of power of the void beasts, but in reality we can't control your power, unless you agree. Before you died, you divided a very important carrier into 9 pieces. One of them contained your former power, the element of chaos. The long time made it very unstable. It broke through the barrier of the 8 elements realm and fell all the way until it reached the 5 elements realm. Unfortunately, we were supposed to be in another fragment, but we were taken out of the 8 elements realm by this fragment. While we were in the void, it affected another person. That person is the new master that Gu Shi and the others mentioned. Who is he? Yun Nuoshing's expression was a little complicated. When he was cultivating, he could still divert some of his attention to find out more important things, such as how the unlucky fragment left the 8 elements realm, who that person was, and why the person behind the scenes hadn't appeared since the beginning. Those demons were all stalling for time. Fu Qing said that they couldn't kill him, but they were just stalling for time so that the Lord could wake up. He's not human. Fu Qing's words stunned Yun Nuoshing. Not human? If he's not human, is he a ghost? It's hard to understand. That Lord is a very special life form. It's not that his physique is special, nor is it that his soul is special. It's just that his existence is special, a miracle, Fu Qing murmured softly. Yun Nuoshing frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. He couldn't think of any special situation that could make her say the word miracle. After thinking for a while, he gave up. Continue. Fu Qing looked up at the sky. Yun Nuoshing also looked up. On the barrier far away from the blue land, there was an endless black fog. The Ling warriors and the Nainar warriors were fighting on it. Although they weren't in this direction, just the energy surging above their heads made him imagine how intense the battle was. There were 20 echelons of people guarding the landing point in the distance, waiting for them to evacuate. Do you know how many types of life forms there are in this world? Fu Qing suddenly asked. Yun Nuoxing was startled. After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and said, normal, like humans, material life forms, energy life forms, mechanical life forms, elemental life forms born from elements. Among the so-called material life forms, the first type was humanoid. To put it bluntly, it was a mortal body. This included the human race, the demon race, and even the gods who had ascended from the human race. As long as they did not change their life form, they were all flesh and blood, even though their internal structure was very different from that of mortals. The second type was non-humanoid, such as life forms made of stone, liquid life forms. All kinds of strange things, as long as they did not break away from the term material, could basically be classified as this type. As for energy life forms, they were like the dark abyss. Their bodies were an amalgamation of pure energy. If their willpower was strong enough, they could even dissipate themselves into pure energy and then condense back. Generally speaking, energy life forms were very difficult to kill. Unless every bit of willpower in every strand of energy that made up the energy life form was erased, it could not be truly erased. Energy life forms could survive as long as they had energy, and they could also condense their bodies through energy. As for mechanical life forms, they didn't exist in the realm of gods. They were another civilization that might exist in Stellaris, but Yun Nuoxing dared to guarantee that without outsiders, the original inhabitants of the realm of gods would never have mechanical life forms. Or rather, the concept of machinery in the realm of gods was very vague, and he had only learned about it from the Book of Epochs. Elemental life forms were very similar to energy life forms, but the former was not composed of ordinary energy but elemental energy. Such life forms had great control over the elements, and with a single thought, they could sever the connection between elements of the same origin and others, allowing them to control only themselves. Seeing that Fu Qing was still staring at him blankly, Yun Nuoxing was vexed and let his mind work for a while. After a while, he was sure that he didn't miss anything and opened his eyes. That's it, right? It's enough for normal people to know this. Fu Qing nodded. In the years that I've been with you, I've seen some miraculous existences. Their existence itself is a legend, a miracle. You were the one who told me this, and now I have to repeat it to you again. This world is really interesting. Yun Nuoxing had an awkward look on his face. He couldn't control this, could he? He wasn't even reincarnated. He had just left half of his soul in the cycle of reincarnation for dozens of eras. Although those ancient memories were still stored in his mind, it wasn't easy to retrieve them. He didn't even know what the trigger conditions were. The only thing he could say was that every time an ancient memory appeared, it would appear when he was unconscious. It could be said that he had very little contact with Quarter Moon in this life, and it was the same for Zero. The two of them were just remnants of souls from the ancient era. They still had a mission to fulfill and couldn't die. It was a very sad life. Zero was even more pitiful than him. He didn't have that many years of memories, but Zero had actually floated in the realm of the gods for nearly 70 eras. That kind of life is born in absurdity. They stubbornly found a trace of vitality in the loopholes of the world. Their existence is a kind of challenge to the rules of the world. In the correct world, there is no room for their existence. Every time there is born, their cradle will be born. They have to stay in the cradle until they mature and have mature intelligence before they can step out of the cradle. If they leave the cradle before that, their life will also come to an end. Hearing Fu Qing's mysterious explanation, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but gulp. What is that? An existence that challenges the rules of the world? A life form outside the rules? You can say that. But they have their own name, Origin Life. They are life forms outside the rules that were born from the origin energy. That Lord is a life form outside the rules that was born in the void of the 8 elements realm. Yun Nuoxing shuddered. In other words, void life forms? After saying this, he felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. How could the void give birth to life? Among so many life forms, he had never heard of such a life form. Although he had never heard of it before, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. However, this kind of life form was too frightening. As the saying went, humans were born from their mothers. Demons were born from either eggs or fetuses. Stone life forms were born from stones, so energy forms had to be born from energy as well. The energy between heaven and earth contained many inconceivable attributes, so it wasn't a big deal to give birth to one or two energy forms. As far as he knew, there were dozens of races that could still be seen in the realm of the god. Every one of them was an energy form. Just like the soul family, that he had heard of before, their entire family was a soul form and could be considered energy forms. But how could a place like the void give birth to life? Could it be that someone faced the void? He couldn't continue thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. However, at this point, Fu Qing shouldn't have any reason to lie to him, nor would he make fun of him. It's true. That girl didn't lie to you. Yun Nuoxing's doubts and astonishment were swept away when he heard such a sentence from his soul. He recognized the person on the other end of the voice. Idiot number 2, how are you guys doing over there? Yun Nuoxing asked after sweeping away all unnecessary thoughts. I'm so glad you're still alive. We're doing fine. We can still hold on for a while. We won't have a problem beating up a few demons, but your 3 baby sisters have gone berserk. Ming has gone berserk so fast that she can't even differentiate between friend and foe. That golden demon was killed in an instant. He's still twitching on the ground. Ahem, let's not talk about this. When will you be back? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold her down later. Zero's voice sounded a little hurried, as if the situation was urgent. What? You can just tell that idiot angel that I'm still alive and kicking. I'll be back in 2 hours. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. He had to find a reason to appease that idiot, right? That idiot's brain wasn't very good, especially when it was related to him. Although it wasn't good to say that about his sisters, it was the truth. Zero was also stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, Yeah, I'm using all my strength to control time. My brain isn't working very well. Yun Nuoxing, let's not talk about that. You heard our conversation just now, didn't you? What do you think about that life form in the void? Yun Nuoxing shook his head and asked, What do I think? Zero's tone was very strange. He let out a long sigh and said, What if I tell you that I, in your opinion, in the opinion of the entire realm of the gods, have the illusory body of time? I'm actually a life form born from time? What kind of joke is this? Didn't you jump out of the glazed crystal like me? Yun Nuoxing widened his eyes in astonishment. He felt like he had known a neighbor for decades and one day found out that his neighbor was a god. He was so shocked that he almost couldn't breathe. Have you ever thought about the property of the godly glazed crystal? Zero said faintly. Why are you suddenly talking about this? How would I know? I don't have a godly glazed crystal. I don't know about it. Yun Nuoxing suddenly became a little irritable. The property of the godly glazed crystal is the origin energy. It's the power of time and space that I told you about. Unfortunately, the birth vessel that Father prepared for me was a godly glazed crystal that carried the power of time. Every syllable of Zero's words made Yun Nuoxing hold his breath for a while. In the end, he almost couldn't breathe. He widened his eyes and couldn't say anything for a long time. Zero was a life form of time. In other words, he was a life form outside of the rules. That birth vessel was also my cradle. I spent almost an era in it to become a complete body. A life form can be accepted by the correct rules of the world. Therefore, when I came out, I wasn't disintegrated by the world. Even though I was born much earlier, the only fortunate thing was that when I was born, I was already a complete body. The correct rules of the world couldn't do anything to me. There was a noisy fighting sound from the other end of the line. Zero's voice sounded very hurried. I'm a life form of time that was created. Although it's created, it's just that the element of soul is fixed and brewed in time. My status is equal to a real life form of origin. Because every life form of origin is a life form outside of the rules that this world has spent countless years of accumulation of fate and painstaking efforts to give birth to. They're all the darlings of the world. It's hard to find one life form of origin among tens of trillions and trillions of lives, the treasures of this world. The existence of a life form was a miracle. Life forms outside of the rules were the most special life form. Their existence was a mistake, but they didn't want to be erased. They were stubbornly born in this world because they were unwilling to be erased. This could no longer be described as special. It was a miracle. Every life form outside of the rules, every life form of origin, was a miracle. On the way here, Zero took a deep breath. On the way here, I sensed the aura of my own kind, the aura of an essence life form, the aura of someone I have never met before, the thick aura of the void. Thus, I was able to conclude that the little girl was not lying. He is most likely a special life form born from the void. Phew! Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and exhaled. After a long time, she finally relaxed. Her voice was trembling. And then? Idiot number 1. We have to prepare for the worst. Or maybe you have to prepare for the worst. Zero's voice suddenly became so serious that Yun Nuoshing held her breath. That life form of the void was brought from the 8 elements realm to the 5 elements realm by the fragment. It has been tens of millions of years. I've just learned from you that the power in the fragment is the element of chaos. It's the twisted product of the element of darkness that has mutated to the extreme. That kind of element can simply ignore the rules and everything. It doesn't exist in its own body. The element of chaos is released to destroy, and to reverse the correctness of everything in this world. It's a very dangerous power. At this moment, this power is controlled by that life form of the void. He has even been soaking in this power for tens of millions of years. Yun Nuoshing suddenly shivered. At this moment, she also realized what the so-called worst-case scenario was. What we're facing is probably a life form of the void that has controlled most of Father's power. That kind of twisted power is enough to allow him to unleash the power of a deity in the 5 elements realm. The moment her guess was confirmed, Yun Nuoshing's pale face became even paler. Her body couldn't help but shiver. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "Since you've said it, you're definitely not just trying to scare me, right? Hurry up and tell me if you have any ideas. We'll be done for if he wakes up." "There's no other way." Zero laughed bitterly. F***ck, are you serious or are you playing with me? Yun Nuoshing was furious. If it wasn't for her weak body, she might have already jumped up and down. "What's the point of lying to you?" Zero laughed bitterly. "Right now, those few demons and thousands of King General level monsters are blocking us. That spire is where the life form of the void is. We can't get close. They're already driving all the power of the void beasts to flow back and forcefully awaken the life form of the void. There's such a thing. The void beasts are originally the materialized energy that leaked out of the chaos element. They've turned into solid energy bodies. It's fine if no one is controlling them. But now they're forcing the leaked power back into the shards. This will wake the life form of the void. It's not a newborn life form of the void. It has a mature consciousness. It's a mature body. I can feel that there are 2 opposing forces in the spire. Although the life form of the void has been soaking in the chaos elements for tens of millions of years, other than obtaining that power, it should still be able to keep the chaos elements from devouring it. King General level monsters are those who couldn't withstand the power of the chaos elements and went crazy. Yun Nuoshing thought of life. Now that they're letting the chaos elements flow back, once the balance is broken, if they forcefully awaken it, I think the life form of the void will go crazy and become an extra-large King General level monster. Zero's voice became even more bitter. F***CK. Isn't that their master? Hurry up and stop them. Who's going to deal with them if they go crazy? Yun Nuoxing really jumped up this time. Her body wasn't much better, but she couldn't help but jump around. It's useless. At this time, Fu Qing slowly stood up. Her height was just at Yun Nuoxing's waist. The two pairs of long horns that pointed to the sky were slightly taller, reaching her chest. I told you, they can do whatever they think is fun. They're doing this under the condition that they know the consequences. I can't stop them. Fu Qing sighed. She stretched out her white jade-like hand and patted Yun Nuoxing's stomach. I can only leave this matter to you, little sky god. Me? Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not to mention that he was now half-crippled. How could he deal with someone who could use the power of a god in the five elements realm? Even if he burned his life and soul, he wouldn't be able to do it. But the only one here who has the ability to deal with it is you, right? Chapter 893. Come back as soon as possible. Everyone can't hold on for much longer. The void beasts in the native territory are much stronger than we thought. Havana and the others are holding on for dear life. I thought that the people they brought were enough soon? Oh no. My soul communication has been sealed. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he frowned after moving his body. The terrifying pain from his body made his nerves tense. He raised his head and saw Fu Qing quietly looking at him. Fu Qing didn't say anything, but this quiet gaze made Yun Nuoxing feel helpless. I know, Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply and scratched his head in distress. He reached out to touch the pendant and took out a golden ball of light. He glanced at it and stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it without thinking. After the golden ball of light entered his body, it turned into a stream of golden water. It spread throughout his limbs and bones at an extreme speed, causing his extremely tired body to immediately glow with new vitality. Those frightening wounds were also wiped away in the blink of an eye, as though they had never appeared. Forbidden a bright light. Yun Nuoxing moved his body that was already fine. He shook his shoulders with a headache. His body that was still a little shaky just now suddenly stood up straight. The soul-stabilizing bracelet appeared on his right hand with a thought. He clasped it on his long hair behind his back, and the long white hair that was about 10 feet long shrank back to only the bend of his legs. His hair was still white. Although his body had recovered and his body was filled with energy, he hadn't truly recovered. Forbidden a bright light could allow him to recover to the pseudo-peak state within 2 hours. As the name implied, it was only a pseudo-state. He could ignore all restrictions and use all his strength. The injuries on his body would be completely suppressed and wouldn't affect his combat strength at all. However, after 2 hours, he would suffer injuries that were more serious than his original injuries. The strength that he used during these 2 hours would also completely backfire. Other treasures can also help me recover, but it's too late. I don't know what happened over there. Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while. After moving around and confirming that he was fine, he nodded. He only had 2 hours. If he didn't stop and enter an emergency state of cultivation after 2 hours, he might die here. What's your plan? Yun Nuoxing glanced at Fu Qing, who stood up quietly and didn't say anything. She reached out her hand and asked, "Do you want to join us? I'll just watch from the side. We can't hurt each other." Fu Qing shook her head and reached out to grab his hand. "You don't die. I've waited for you for 70 eras. If you leave now, I'll hate you. The devil's curse will take effect along with reincarnation. I don't think you want to try it." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded helplessly. She held her little hand and with a flash, the two of them rushed towards the battlefield at the speed of light. The speed of light was extremely fast. In just 1 second they traveled 600,000 kilometers. This blue land wasn't very big, so it only took a flash. In less than a second, Yun Nuoxing and Fu Qing appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Seeing the situation below, Fu Qing's eyes narrowed. The king-level void beasts that filled the sky were all in human form. Their bodies were wrapped in layers of dazzling blue light, making them seem extremely powerful. That was the power of the ground beneath their feet. They were borrowing the power of the energy crystal. In this home field, their power was almost limitless. The void beast that he had killed in one blow when he first landed had not been able to activate this state in time. If it had been like these king-level void beasts below, he would not have been able to kill it in one blow, even if he had dual-wielded the Netherworld Void Sword. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of spirit race experts roared and roared. Several of them surrounded a single king-level void beast, but they were at a disadvantage. Zero, Yuan Shi, and the others were also caught up in the battle. Chu Yingzhan, Nightmare, and the others were even slightly injured. Their wounds were shrouded in a terrifying black mist. Ming wielded 2 angelic swords with both hands. She swung them around like the wind, unleashing a massacre. However, even though she had entered a temporary berserk state, she was only able to fight a king-level void beast to a standstill. There were thousands of king-level void beasts present, as well as a few demons. Even Havana had to work together to stop one of them. As for the demon that Zero had mentioned that had been crippled by Ming in an instant, Yun Nuoxing had also seen it. It was lying on the ground as if it had died. The halo that covered 1,000,000 feet only prevented people from leaving, but it did not prevent people from entering. Yun Nuoxing frowned deeply. She pulled Fu Qing and stepped into the barrier. In that instant, the ripples of energy that were produced caught everyone's attention. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look at the sky. Then, they saw over a dozen giant metal swords floating in the sky. In the next moment, a cold shout rang through the battlefield, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Heavenly Moat, world-slaying formation. With a loud rumble, over a dozen rays of vast sword chi surged into the sky. They were not as large as before, but they had all shrunk to a tiny point. Their power had also increased imperceptibly. Over a dozen rays of sword chi streaked across the sky and swept across the ground. The terrifying power sent the king-level void beasts flying. The demons did not even have time to react before the sword chi, which was as fast as light, appeared before them like an army. They felt an unparalleled threat, and they hurriedly blasted their opponents away. They pulled back and used all their strength to resist the golden sword chi. Bang! 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 Over a dozen muffled sounds rang out in the sky and on the ground at the same time. The speed of light allowed the attacks to take effect almost at the same time. In the sky, a huge energy storm swept out. Havana and the others hurriedly retreated from the sky. As they left, they did not forget to look back at the terrifying energy storm that had almost swallowed them up. Whoosh! I almost couldn't run out. Does that guy never care about his teammates when he goes all out? He always says that he's aiming, but his teammates are all in his attack range. He can only aim more accurately. Who knows? Yuan Shi seemed to be paralyzed. His left hand covered his right arm and shrugged his right shoulder. His right hand was almost numb, and there were strands of black fog around it. In the worst-case scenario, his hand might be crippled. Brother? The brilliant golden flames around Ming's body had not yet been extinguished. Her golden eyes burned with inextinguishable holy flames. Even the pure white wings behind her had turned golden. An astonishing power emanated from her petite body. She was as majestic as a war goddess. Just a moment ago, she had ambushed and killed a few king-level void beasts by herself. Now that she saw Yun Nuoxing appear, the flames on her body calmed down a little. Girl, the light ambush. I'll leave the 2 closest to you. Yun Nuoxing's voice suddenly exploded in her mind, causing her to be slightly stunned. After a moment, she suddenly reacted, and her eyes that had softened for a moment became sharp again. She nodded, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Specks of light particles dissipated on the spot, and her entire person suddenly appeared in the distance. The eruption of the energy storm was too sudden, and the demons did not have time to react. They were all stunned by the sudden huge amount of energy, and the energy in their bodies did not circulate. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been thrown into the energy storm. They roared in unison, and several bursts of energy spread out in the space. The huge energy storm stagnated for a moment, and then began to reverse after a moment. As soon as the yellow abyss devil roared, a feeling of death came from his intuition. It was more like a kind of fighting instinct that made him roar again. A layer of silver metallic texture appeared on the surface of his body. The broken rings behind him covered him in layers of energy barriers, which looked incomparably sturdy. "Be careful!" As soon as his shout rang out, a bluish-purple divine sword suddenly shattered the space, and appeared not far away from him. The terrifying power of the divine sword caused the vertical slits on his face to shrink involuntarily. The yellow light dimmed, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. His huge hands almost subconsciously crossed in front of his chest. The bluish-purple divine sword that had suddenly shattered space easily pierced through the seemingly sturdy barrier like a piece of paper. There were a total of 6 layers of barriers, but they did not even slow down the speed of the divine sword. In an instant, the other demons turned pale with fright. They wanted to rush over to help, but before they could do anything, the divine sword had already pierced through the huge figure's hands and went straight through his chest. Puff! It was like piercing through stone, but also like piercing through metal. Not even a second had passed between the yellow demon's reaction and the divine sword piercing through his chest. This was one of the reasons why the light element was so powerful. It had unparalleled speed, unstoppable super speed. Even if their battle instincts granted them greater reaction speed, the reflex speed of their nerves was equivalent to the speed of light. Before their bodies could even react, the person holding the light element had already arrived beside them and launched a fatal attack. Yellow light burst out from his back like the clouds parting to see the sun, forming a brilliant curtain of light. The vertical slits on his face also dimmed in a few breaths of time. Ha! Ha ha! As expected of light. You are even stronger than before. The yellow demon painfully sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine sword left his chest once again, causing his vision to turn dark. Before he lost consciousness, he could only see that the person who had launched the perfect surprise attack had white hair fluttering in the air. His face flickered with multicolored, golden, and scarlet runes. That was the embodiment of multiple powers superimposed together, puff, puff. Almost at the same time, the demons who were about to rush over to help suddenly stiffened. Purple and blue light erupted from their bodies. 2 demons lowered their heads in disbelief as a huge sword burning with golden holy flames pierced through their bodies, creating a huge hole. The power called life rapidly disappeared from their bodies. I pulled out 2 holy swords and waved them in the air, as if I wanted to get rid of the blood on my holy swords. However, the demons didn't have blood on them. Instead, the energy that was gushing out of their wounds was tangible. From the appearance of the heavenly chasm, a world-slaying array, catching the demons off guard, to the rapid assassination by Yun Nuoxing and Ming Ming, it had only been a short while, but 3 of them had already suffered substantial injuries. In addition to Gu Shi, who had been caught before the battle began, the golden demon who had been killed at the beginning, and Fu Qing, who was watching from the side, they suddenly realized that there were only 2 left unknowingly. The demon with red flames on his body was stunned. He elbowed his last companion and laughed dryly. "Buddy, do you have any plans?" "No." The gray demon shrugged. "But I have an idea." "Oh, what a coincidence. I have one too." The red evil demon and it looked at each other. The 2 evil demons laughed loudly, causing Yun Nuoxing and Ming Ming to be stunned. However, what happened next shocked them even more. After the two demons looked at each other, their claw-like palms pierced into their chests, where their energy cores were, and they pulled out their energy cores. The bodies of the demons who had just fallen began to disintegrate, and fist-sized bright energy cores were exposed in the air. Gu Shi, who Nightmare was holding like a blunt weapon, also began to disintegrate. First, it was the goat horns on his head. Then, his black body began to crack. An incomparably bright light bloomed from his chest, and a scarlet energy core suddenly broke out of his body. Whoa! What are these guys doing? Nightmare was shocked and hurriedly threw Gu Shi to the ground. In the distance, Fu Qing watched this scene quietly. After a while, she clasped her hands together and pressed her fingers against her chest. She silently lowered her head. She was also a demon, and what her kind did had nothing to do with her. She would not feel sad or sad. Demons only cared about themselves and only did what they wanted to do, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Energy core sacrifice. What step are you going to take? Have a safe journey, Gu Shi Li Qin, you idiot. Fu Qing lowered her head and murmured softly. The energy core had left their bodies, and they were not far from death. She knew very well what they were going to do, but she did not remind Yun Nuoxing. It was too late. Master, this is our last strength. We won't have the chance to witness your glorious moment. At least let us lend you a hand. Gu Shi and the other demons suddenly burst into laughter. The king-level void beasts on the blue ground also raised their heads and roared at the sky. The sound waves caused the space to distort. Everyone retreated vigilantly as they watched these people suddenly stop attacking and raise their heads to shout. Then, in the next moment, the black color on their bodies completely faded away. Those chains also disappeared and fell to the ground. The black energy all flowed into the ground. Those gigantic void beasts that didn't have a human form also melted like liquid. In the end, they all melted into the ground, leaving only their bodies on the ground. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? It can't be that they all committed suicide as soon as boss returned, right? Nightmare was extremely puzzled, and while he was making a racket, the uneasiness in his heart had instantly risen to the peak. It wasn't just him, the others were the same. They all felt an unprecedented sense of danger approaching at a terrifying speed. In the sky, the void beasts outside the barrier had all turned into gas. Then, as if they were returning, they all drilled into the barrier and into the blue ground. Yun Nuoxing looked at this scene and narrowed her eyes. After a moment, she thought of something like Zero and quickly shouted, "Everyone, leave this place! Quick!" The roars of these two people came at a time when everyone was confused. They couldn't help but shiver. They didn't have time to ask anything as they hurriedly dragged their companions. Huwain waved his hand and took the bodies of the spirit generals with him. He waved his hand and shouted, "The spirit race is in danger. Everyone, retreat!" Even the spirit race warriors at the landing point heard the highest order from their minds. Immediately, everyone fled like a pack of beasts towards the only gap in the barrier. The black mist flowed into the blue ground like water. It was clearly a solid energy core, but there was a black spot in the center. Yun Nuoxing and the others who were standing on the surface could clearly see that the black spot was like a plague. The moment it appeared, it spread rapidly. The entire blue ground was covered in black spots that spread rapidly. "Retreat, retreat, retreat. We can't stay here for long." Yun Nuoxing carried the injured Chu Yingzhan and shouted. She waved her hand and threw everyone out. "Let this fairy down. Let this fairy down. This fairy can run on her own. I can run on my own." Chu Yingzhan's face turned red when she was carried in a princess carry. She kept struggling in Yun Nuoxing's arms. However, the latter was completely immersed in the blue ground and did not care about her struggles. She forcefully dragged her away from this place. "Do you feel it?" Zero and Yun Nuoxing walked side by side. The two of them retreated to the back. They looked back at the blue ground from time to time. Zero's calm words shocked the latter. Yun Nuashing nodded. Some substantial colorful light surged into his eyes. His gaze penetrated the barrier of the blue earth and saw deep below. The place where the black dot first appeared was the core of the blue earth. He saw an ink-black ocean there. After the energy cores of Gu Shi and the other demons drilled into the earth, they felt that something was wrong. The entire blue earth was quickly dyed black, as though a layer of camouflage had been removed, revealing the colors that should have been there. Yun Nuashing's expression was extremely solemn. His colorful eyes stared at the blue land below. It should be called the Black Land now. In the center of the land there was a person. In this pitch-black place, that person was really too conspicuous. It was a young man, or rather, a teenager. His long purple-black hair was like the colors and ripples of the shallow void. He was tall and stood upright. His legs were crossed as he floated in the black water flow. His hands were crossed on his shoulders, like a mummy. Black water flowed around him, and those black water flows were constantly surging into his body. To be precise, it was in his lower abdomen, where there was a fist-sized planet. That was the last fragment. Yun Nuashing finally saw it. He also saw that the life in the void had an extremely strong aura of the void. This aura was the aura of the void of the 8 elements realm. Chapter 894. That is the void's. Yun Nuashing's expression was indescribable. That so-called void's life form did not look any different from ordinary people. If he had to describe it, the first thing he felt when he first saw him was the void, and the feedback he got from his probing was the void's reaction. In other words, that person was the void, the incarnation of the void. No matter how he tried to sense it, even if a divine god was standing in front of him, with their faces touching, he would probably only be able to sense that he was the void. He represents the life form of the entire void. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. As a divine body of spiritual reception, he actually felt a little jealous of someone he had never met before. However, it was only for a moment. He did not care about anything. Being born into a good family was something that could not be asked for. He also loved and hated his own body constitution. The void's life form and whatnot sounded very frightening. The darling of the world, who has seized the fate of heaven and earth for billions of years. Only then, in the illusory probability, in the right crevice, in the wrong rules, a life form outside the rules. The void's life form. Even I could not help but sigh. This guy is very dangerous. He is too powerful. Zero could not help but sigh. Even you feel that he is very threatening? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Since when did this guy admit that he was inferior to others? Even if I am a life form of time, we are at least of the same race. If we have to divide, we can still be classified as the same race. We are both original life forms. Naturally, I can sense that he is very dangerous. However, it does not mean that I cannot kill him. Under normal circumstances, this situation is not normal at all. A void's life form that has mastered the elements of chaos. I can't defeat him. Zero smiled bitterly and waved his hand. A group of people frantically flew out from the gap in the barrier above the blue land. When they turned around, the blue land had already turned completely black. Cracks had split open on the ground, and thick black fog was spewing out from the cracks. An extremely strong sense of danger made everyone's scalp tingle. They didn't even care about what was behind them. They only knew that if they were caught, they would be dead for sure. The fog spurted out from the cracks immediately eroded the space. Zero could even feel that the time in that area had been frozen, it simply disappeared. The concept of time was simply destroyed. The place where the black fog spread no longer had the concept of time. The same was true for space. It had been completely frozen. What a crazy power. Time and space have been completely destroyed. I'm afraid that if we fall in, even we won't be able to hold on for long. Zero smacked his lips. As he spoke, He hurriedly increased his speed. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and continued to look back. The monstrous black fog had occupied the entire space within the barrier. At this moment it was floating out from the big hole that he had made. Then, every inch of space that the black fog touched would turn black. According to Zero, the concept of time and space had been destroyed. Moreover, the black fog could rapidly spread through the space that it came into contact with, causing the nearby space to rapidly turn black. It was like a contagious disease. Perhaps, not long after, this huge planet that was millions of miles wide would be swallowed by the black fog. He did not have the time to care so much. He held the person in his arms tightly and rushed out as fast as he could. The 6 wings behind him flapped so fast that they almost left afterimages. Chu Yingzhan, who was in his arms, screamed, "Put me down! Put me down! I can run on my own. I'm a fairy. The speed at which that thing is spreading behind us is beyond our imagination. If we fall in, we won't be able to hold on for more than a minute. We are already lagging behind. Now that you're injured, your speed will be even slower. Are you sure you want me to leave you behind?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and said calmly. Chu Yingzhan shuddered when she heard that. Her jade-like hands quickly hugged his neck and said, "Sorry to trouble you. Don't leave me behind." Yun Nuoshing and Zero laughed bitterly. The former was followed by a little girl in a green dress. Her small hands tugged on his windbreaker as she followed behind him silently. When they came, they had to pass through many restrictions and endless resistance to reach the blue land. Now that they had turned around and rushed out, those nether beasts had all turned into energy and surged into the land. Without any resistance, the group of people moved very quickly. Furthermore, Havana also discovered that after the nether beasts disappeared, their divine authority seemed to be able to be used again. The group of spirit race warriors were all elated. They casually changed the power of laws that worked on them and escaped. In less than a quarter of an hour, they rushed out of the gigantic planet. It was as if they had broken through the clouds and rushed out of the huge hurricane. Then, the group of people turned around. Havana saw Yun Nuoshing and Zero's solemn expressions. He waved his hand and ordered the spirit race warriors to cast spirit light ramparts. The spirit light ramparts formed by tens of thousands of people looked very magnificent in size. However, compared to the gigantic planet, it was still just a tiny dot. In just a quarter of an hour, the black fog had spread far and wide. More than half of the planet had been occupied. The aura that destroyed the balance and destroyed everything caused everyone's emotions to become chaotic. Fear was born uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The powerhouses of Nanar could not help but pray to the gods. They had never encountered such a situation before. They could not be blamed for not having enough psychological endurance. They had been fighting for tens of millions of years and sacrificed countless generations of lives. They could not ask for more. Under such circumstances, even Yun Nuoshing and the others felt a little guilty, let alone them. Disgusting spots appeared on the surface of the gigantic planet. They looked like black swamps. The black fog spread and spread very quickly. In just a short while, it had eroded the surface of the planet that they had rushed out of. They did not know if it had come after their auras. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that the black traces did not cross the starry sky and chase after them. However, it was indisputable that some unknown qualitative change was happening to the planet. However, Yun Nuoshing and Zero did not know what was happening. The two of them just stared blankly at the black spots that kept appearing on the planet. The black spots kept expanding and finally condensing into a piece. In just half an hour, not only them, but the most powerful people also sensed that the entire planet had almost been eroded into a piece of black. It was similar to the scene that they saw when they first arrived. The only difference was that the darkness they saw was caused by the void beasts, but now, the darkness they saw was caused by the pure black energy. In their perception, this planet no longer existed. The energy that broke the rules and destroyed the balance of all things directly evaporated this planet from their perception. Although it was still here, floating in the starry sky and rotating slowly, it had been completely destroyed. It had been devoured and obliterated by the elements of chaos. Just like a life frozen in ice, when the ice broke, the life inside would also be annihilated. This was the situation of this planet. It had been frozen. What they saw was just a picture of it. By the time the primal chaos element had completely occupied the planet, the uneasiness in everyone's heart had reached its peak. No one dared to breathe loudly as cold sweat dripped down their faces. Even Havana, the nominal strongest person in the five elements realm, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years and had seen countless storms, could not help but swallow his saliva as his hands trembled. Boom! There shouldn't be any sound in the star field. However, everyone heard an extremely heavy muffled sound that rumbled like thunder. The space seemed to be vibrating. Then, they saw that the space was really vibrating. No, it was not vibrating, but twisting. This star field was twisting crazily. An extremely powerful force was affecting this star field and even the entire starry sky. Everyone saw the twisting starlight in the distance. Something terrifying had appeared and made the starlight fearful. Rumble, that muffled rumble sounded again. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes flickered crazily. He held Ming and Bing Er's hands with both hands. The two girls were a little scared. He was also a little scared, but he couldn't show it. He couldn't be the first to show his fear. He was the captain of Seoul. How could the captain be the first to back down? However, the scene in front of them was too frightening. What did they see? That black planet suddenly started to swell like a balloon. The black clouds on its surface started to emit flames like a sun. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that the space around them started to heat up. It was as if there really was a sun in front of them, but that sun was behind them. They didn't know how far away it was. Logically speaking, this place shouldn't be able to feel the heat of the sun. Then, everyone reacted. They didn't know when the black planet in front of them had become so huge and so close that they could touch it if they stretched out their hand. Moreover, it was emitting an incomparably dazzling light, as if there was a black light bursting out from it. The black planet in front of them had turned into a sun. A black sun, an incomparably huge sun condensed from the elements of chaos. It was still burning. It was actually burning like a real sun. However, what it emitted wasn't the comforting and warm sunlight. What it emitted was an ominous black light like the light of death. It illuminated everyone's dazed faces. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and retreat. Do you want to die? Havana's shout woke everyone up from their stupor. Countless people trembled as they realized that they had unknowingly gotten so close to the black sun. It was almost touching their noses. Their bodies immediately trembled as they used their bodies to leave this place. Yun Nuoshing and the others couldn't endure the chaotic light and quickly retreated a large distance. They looked at the black sun from a distance as it continued to expand. It was expanding very quickly. The surface of the planet burst with 100,000-mile-long black flame tongues. In just a few minutes, it had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. It was even larger than the sun behind them. Even the light of the real sun was suppressed by the sunlight of this black sun. The chaotic sunlight spread across the entire world of Ninea. The starlight shining in from outside the star field became distorted once again. The concept of space and time gradually became blurred. Yuan Shi and the others might not feel it so clearly, but Yun Nuoshing and Zero, who held the Book of Epics, and the Eldar, who were the gods in charge of the 5 elemental realms, were the clearest about the changes in this world. Furthermore, this was Ivan's world. Ivan's feelings were even clearer than Havana's. As early as when the blue earth turned black, he had a strong warning of danger. The entire world was sending him a signal of destruction. At first, Ivan did not understand what was going to happen, but when he saw this, he roughly knew what was going to happen. The expanding planet was no longer a planet. It had become a star, a crazily burning sun, but it burned with the elements of chaos as its fuel. This was an existence that did not make sense. What was going to happen next was also very illogical. It should have been the grandest fireworks in the universe. Now that the raw materials had changed, what would happen? Ivan didn't know, Havana didn't know, Unua Planet and Zero didn't need to know. They only needed to know that they couldn't stop this destruction from happening. Moreover, this extremely gorgeous fireworks was the most magnificent fireworks in nature, and it was also the second most beautiful firework. They were lucky enough to see it today, but they didn't know what would happen after seeing it. According to the best-case scenario, there should not even be a speck of dust left, right? Yuan, she laughed dryly. But to be able to see such a beautiful thing happen in front of my eyes, I feel that my life has been worth it. The black sun was still expanding madly. It was spinning madly, and the terrifying energy eruption from within had already made it somewhat unstable. Its surface was undulating like the waves of the sea. Zero sniffled lightly, and his expression was incomparably ugly. Oh no, the most serious thing has finally happened. The power of the elemental realm has been pushed to the extreme in this situation. The fusion of the power of the 4 elemental realms can't be stopped. It's too late. Yun Nuoshing sighed deeply. Even at this moment, he did not show any signs of despair. Seeing that he did not despair, a feeling of hope inexplicably appeared in everyone's hearts. He sighed, a very heavy sigh. It attracted everyone's attention and they all looked at him. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in distress and took a deep breath. Then, he stretched out his hands and pressed them hard on Ming's shoulders. His colorful eyes looked seriously at her golden Mei Mao, and he said seriously, "Ming, I love you." Everyone's jaws dropped. However, they suddenly reacted. It seemed to be pardonable. If he were to make a confession of love at this time, it was a matter of life and death. In this situation, they couldn't even run away. Why couldn't someone make a confession of love at the end of the world? Ming's pretty face flushed red. The wings behind her suddenly spread out. Her heart was beating like a frightened deer. However, although she was happy, she was still shocked. Yun Nuoshing always said that she was stupid. In fact, she only looked dumb. In fact, she was still the smart little girl from before. She immediately saw Yun Nuoshing's abnormal expression. Her face was still flushed. "Brother?" "Ahem, brother, I know there's something at this time. But don't you think it's a little too sudden? This development is a little strange." Yuan, she coughed dryly and said with a strange expression. "I know." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "It's just a coincidence. Shouldn't you say that at this time? Also, I'm not wrong to say that I love Ming. She's my precious little sister." Everyone. Ming staggered and almost fell to the ground in the starry sky. He kept feeling that something had shattered with his words, and he couldn't put it back together even if he wanted to. Ming shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She ran her jade-like hand through her messy silver hair. She wanted to say something, but the golden Mei Mao caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoshing's extremely serious expression and instinctively felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Brother, are you thinking of?" Before she could finish speaking, Yun Nuoshing raised his right hand high. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Stars billions of light years away, please listen to my request." Endless starlight fell from the starry sky and enveloped Yun Nuoshing's body. It was like a huge starry sky beacon in the starry sky. It was incomparably bright and gathered thousands of starlight. His star art was unleashed to the maximum without any restrictions. In that instant, he seemed to be the ruler of the entire starry sky, controlling all the stars in the starry sky. The wildly expanding black sun shone ominous light into every corner of the starry sky. The violent turbulence affected space and shattered time. This space was constantly collapsing, and this space was being sealed. "Girl, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my words again." Yun Nuoshing gently caressed Ming's beautiful face with his palm. His smile was incomparably brilliant under the starlight, but it almost broke Ming's heart. A line of clear tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Starlight Passage. Send them all out of this world. Send them to a place I can't see. A hoarse soul roar spread out in this silent starry sky. Everyone only felt that their eyes were covered by endless starlight. It was extremely dazzling and brilliant. They couldn't see anything else and could only close their eyes. Before they could open their eyes, a gravitational force suddenly descended on them. Everyone was shocked. They quickly adjusted their bodies and opened their eyes. As far as their eyes could see, there was a grassland. Mountains stretched out in the distance. The tens of millions of people all landed in this place that was full of vitality. Although it wasn't as artistic as the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, it was a peaceful place. Yuanshi scratched his head in astonishment. To them, it was just a flash of starlight and they had arrived at this place. He couldn't help but turn around. Little star, where did you send us this time? When they turned their heads around, they saw Ming kneeling on the grass in a daze. Her pretty face carried a heartbreaking expression. Her golden eyes were dim and lifeless. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her heartbreaking expression caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, they also discovered something. They were all in this group, only Yun Nuoshing and Zero were missing. Chapter 895. Gu Shi and the others weren't trying to defeat Xian Yun Nuoshing in the first place. They're just stalling for time. Once they give him time to catch his breath, it means that they've failed to stall for time. They'll sacrifice themselves and forcefully awaken the void being. Right now, they're just entering the next stage, Fu Qing said softly as she stood at the side and looked at the depressed crowd. You are. Only then did everyone notice the unusual little girl who suddenly appeared. Ordinary girls wouldn't have crystal horns on their heads. Fu Qing didn't answer them and continued, Yun Nuoshing is still alive. I can still sense that the explosion hasn't happened yet. He's not that weak and won't die so easily. Hearing her words, everyone's expression trembled. They looked at each other and secretly made a decision. Ming even stood up directly. He tried his best to send you guys out. Now, are you going to run back to your deaths? Fu Qing's indifferent words extinguished the decision that had just been born in everyone's hearts. Their expressions couldn't help but turn gloomy again. Yes. Yun Nuoshing sent them out of that land of death with much difficulty. Now, they were going to go back to that place to seek death? I want to go. I want to go. Ming's turbid golden eyes trembled slightly. After a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Fu Qing with unprecedented determination as he said without any hesitation. Fu Qing looked at him deeply, then looked towards the horizon. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, Okay. However, I can only bring you guys there after the turmoil over there is over. Yun Nuoshing and the others can withstand the destructive impact, but you guys can't. You have to hide here for a while. This is also my final concession. Fu Qing sighed. She was a demon. No one else could do this. Everyone nodded and looked into the distance. However, they didn't know where to look. They didn't know where Yun Nuoshing was. We've crossed hundreds of worlds and reached a world point with a lower energy level. Havana looked up and looked into the distant sky. I hope they're all right. The black sun was frenzied and tyrannical, as if it had no end and would continue to expand endlessly. In fact, it had already expanded to a very large size. The original sun of Nanar had already been swallowed by it. Now, this black sun was the only thing left in Nanar. It was Nanar itself. This world had already been assimilated by the black sun. The violent energy inside had reached a terrifying level. Boundless energy transformed into an energy whirlpool that was trillions of miles wide and surged towards the black sun. The energy whirlpool had already materialized in the starry sky. It was like a huge disk. Even the starlight that passed through the black sun would become extremely distorted. Even the starlight could not escape from its restraint. It was endlessly devouring the starry sky, and the violent energy stirred up astral winds in the starry sky. The space around the black sun had already collapsed, and there was no possibility of recovery. It was even devouring space and time, and the self-healing ability of space had already been rendered useless. Outside the boundless black sun, Yun Nuoshing and Zero stood quietly in the starry sky. Their bodies were covered by a thin layer of energy shield. Yun Nuoshing had her hands in her pockets as she looked at the monster that was constantly growing in size. Her beautiful face was as calm as water, and her white hair fluttered in the wind. It was very eye-catching. What exactly are you thinking? Are you really going to stop it? Zero asked as she crossed her arms and pointed at the crazily spinning black sun with her chin. How can we stop it? Yun Nuoshing had a helpless smile on her face. This black sun, not to mention its size, was filled with the densest chaotic element. It was a chaotic element that was even more powerful than the dark element. Just the self-destruction of an emperor god who possessed the dark element had almost destroyed the divine realm. The scale of this chaotic element was many times greater than the self-destruction of an emperor god. Furthermore, there were 4 types of primordial realm forces in the core that were repelling each other. Furthermore, they were constantly being suppressed by the surrounding chaotic element. The power that was produced would probably make even a god spirit expert's scalp go numb, let alone them. Ha, there are times when you admit that you can't do it? Zero sneered. Everyone should know their limits. Of course, I can't stop it at this level. The girls have no other choice but to wait for their deaths here, Yun Nuoshing sighed. I don't want to be a hero, but this thing is still ours in the end. If it explodes and affects these people who don't know what's going on, I would more or less feel guilty. You're as sentimental as father. They clearly have nothing to do with you. Zero shook her head helplessly. There's no other way. It can't be helped. We're talking about dozens of worlds, trillions of lives. Have you ever thought that the end of the world is so close to us? We're just inches away. We're witnessing an energy that's enough to detonate hundreds of worlds around us. I don't even know if the girl and the others are far enough. I should just open the astral passage and send them to the lower planes. The starlight passage is still too close. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Zero's cheeks twitched. Trillions of lives, huh? They don't know that an energy that could trigger the end of the world is brewing here. Even if they know, they can't change anything. I've witnessed the end of the world myself. I saw a world leave the world group and enter the depths of the void alone. The world barrier melted, the stars dimmed, and everything ceased to exist. Also, you've sent them to 300 worlds in a straight line. Even if the black solar energy destroys a large part of the void, it won't affect places that far away. It should. Zero's answer also skipped several topics. The two of them spoke as if they were having a stroke, but it was fortunate that they could understand each other. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do? Zero looked at the black sun that had expanded to an unfathomable scale. The latter's structure had long surpassed the limit of a planet's own size. It was simply expanding without any logic or rules. I don't have any plans. I'll just do as I see fit. Yun Nuoshing stretched her back. 6 colorful wings unfurled behind her and expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. The colors on them became dazzling in the span of a few breaths. Even the feathers could not be seen. They had completely turned into 3 pairs of luminous wings. The luminous wings were mainly black, the color of the stars. There were also specks of starlight flowing over the luminous wings, as if it was a star region. It's coming. Zero also put down his crossed arms. His expression was solemn, and many golden time vortexes appeared beside him. When he finished speaking, the black sun stopped rotating. The half-solidified surface that was as bumpy as the ocean also undulated. The black sunlight suddenly became extremely bright, and the huge energy disk that was billions of miles in size turned into the color of the black sun. Then, the black sun suddenly emitted a sound that sounded like a heartbeat. It penetrated the silent starry sky and directly reached Yun Nuoxing's and Zero's minds. Bang! Bang! It was like a huge black heart was beating. The core of the black sun was extremely dazzling, so dazzling that the two of them had to squint their eyes. It's time for you to show off your skills. Yun Nuoxing elbowed Zero and teased. I'm the one who's blindly trying my best to come to this place. You're the one who's happy to be idle. Really? It's very tiring for me to use my full strength once. Don't you know how to be considerate? Zero squeaked and twisted his body. In Yun Nuoxing's eyes, it was as if she was looking at a wriggling maggot. Okay, I'll be serious. Seeing the strange look in Yun Nuoxing's eyes, Ling let out a hollow laugh and shook his head helplessly. His right hand made a lifting gesture and slowly raised above his head. A fist-sized time vortex crazily rotated in his hand. On his body, many golden runes flashed and appeared on the surface of his skin and covered his face. It was incomparably strange. In the name of the Master of Time, all timelines in this world listen to my summons. Zero shouted loudly. His body lit up with an incomparably bright golden light. A rich aura of time surged out from his body. Then, Yun Nuoxing saw slender golden lines suddenly appear in the entire starry sky. They came from the other side of the universe. Whether they were timelines of this world or not, all of them were gathered in this place. Time is very mysterious. Although the gods can manipulate time on their own, they can't completely understand it. In a world, there are countless timelines, but only one of them is used. The other timelines are used as buffers. When something big happens that can affect the world's timeline, they are used as emergency switches. The reversal of cause and effect? Yun Nuoxing looked at the golden sun beside her and narrowed her eyes. Every timeline had the possibility to change from a frozen state to a real state. As long as something big enough to disturb time, it would change the timeline. When all the timelines of a world were destroyed and only one timeline was left, the world would become extremely fragile. If something big enough to disturb time happened at this time, the world would collapse from the timeline. A timeline is something that could happen in a world. A timeline world is a reversal of things that happen in the world. This is the difference between the microscopic and the macroscopic. Zero smiled faintly. He was manipulating the timelines of this entire world, turning all the possibilities into power, turning them into power that could reverse cause and effect, star technique, starry sky incarnation. Yun Nuoxing's hands danced and formed a hand seal. As she shouted, a black star light appeared on her hand. Then, it quickly spread to every corner of her body. Even her clothes were tainted. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a human starry sky. In a place with the starry sky as the background, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see her. He didn't choose to use the godly body of the spiritual reception. With the current power of the godly body of the spiritual reception, it was useless no matter how many times it was amplified. He needed more power. The forbidden light gave him the ability to surpass his limits. He needed to use all the power he could think of. The only way was to borrow the power of this starry sky. The vast and endless starry sky, although it looked like a small dot in the entire void, contained almost infinite power. Yun Nuoxing and Zero reached out their hands at the same time. Their palms faced the black sun that had stopped moving and was accumulating energy to its peak. Two loud shouts suddenly penetrated the entire starry sky. Time collapse. Starry sky, refinement. Time and the starry sky began to move violently at the same time. An ocean of time surged out from the void, and the starry sky surged out. The two intertwined to form a giant wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. It expanded throughout the entire starry sky, sealing the entire black sun within. Behind the two from Yun Nuo planet, 5 halos quietly appeared. The power of the heavenly gods' rule silently circulated. It was also at this moment that the black sun exploded. The dazzling white light swallowed Yun Nuashing and Zero in an instant. The giant wall of time and starry sky slowly closed, completely covering this space. It was as if another starry sky had replaced this space. The background of the starry sky was seamlessly connected. No one could see anything different about this place, and no one knew that this place was experiencing an explosion. In an instant, more giant walls of time and starry sky appeared, covering this place in layers. However, the giant walls that appeared later obviously couldn't seal this violent and swaying space in time. A ray of dazzling fire penetrated the barrier of space and drilled out from the gaps of the giant walls. A super-energy explosion that was equivalent to splitting heaven and earth surged out at this moment without any obstruction. Dazzling starlight covered the entire starry sky. The terrifying shock wave directly shattered the barrier of void and time. Even the purple barrier of the primordial realm was on the verge of collapse under the fire. We can't hold it back anymore. There's no other way. Let's give up on this universe. If we delay any longer, when this starry sky is destroyed, the power of the elements of chaos will penetrate the void and affect other worlds. That's all we can do. At the center of the destruction, which was filled with violence and destruction, a powerful energy wave suddenly came, forcibly freezing the destructive shock wave for a moment. It was also at that moment that 2 dazzling pillars of light penetrated the seal of time and space, breaking out from the center of the destructive shock wave and penetrating the entire starry sky, illuminating it. Hurry! Twin divine contract! In the name of the dark moon of the celestial god of chaos, this starry sky shall also listen to my command. World barrier, seal. As the 2 ripples penetrated the layer of laws and reached the edge of this world with infinite speed, the blurry egg-shaped membrane shuddered and turned from transparent to translucent. Snowflakes appeared on the barrier, and at the same time, the connection between this world and the other worlds around it was broken with a bang. The exchange of energy stopped in an instant, and the entire world was separated from the world group, quietly drifting into the depths of the void. No one knew what earth-shattering event was happening within that 1,000-foot-wide cluster of light. Yun Nuashing and Zero were already fast enough to seal the world barrier and separate this world from the world group. However, the destructive shock wave still exceeded their expectations. It instantly penetrated the world barrier, and the black elements of chaos burst into the void, rampaging like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It was not destroyed by the assimilation of the void, and instead roared and charged into the neighboring worlds. Damn it! Dumbass one! We can't lower the barrier's energy anymore. We're at the core of the impact, and we'll die the moment we leave the barrier. I know. Damn it. But now, is there no other way? It's already in the void with the speed at which the elements of chaos are spreading. There's a way. Hurry up and tell us. When a fire spreads in the forest, we can cut down all the trees at the outermost perimeter of the fire to stop it from spreading. You mean to blow up the void outside, right? Zero laughed bitterly. Blowing up the void and whatnot was not just for show. Moreover, they were currently in the center of the fire, and could not move at all. Isn't it just blowing up the void? Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth, and her right hand patted where her heart was. A rumbling rhythm suddenly floated, and the rhythm was like the sounds of nature, like the hymns played by angels. Even the most ruthless and ruthless person would be able to calm down in this rhythm, and the rampaging elements of chaos also paused. My body becomes the starry sky, the void is the field, and the entire world is the score. Her hands pressed lightly on the zither, and the silver-blue zither was placed horizontally in front of her. Yun Nuashing could no longer see what was happening outside, and all she could see was the elements of chaos and the energy barrier that was protecting her position. However, she did not need to see anything. Her hands, which had turned into the starry sky, gently stroked the zither, and then gently flicked her fingers. The elegant melody quietly echoed in the void. It was a very ordinary melody, but Zero felt something unusual. The ancient and solemn sounds of worship reverberated in the void, and in the void, strange phenomena broke through the restrictions of the river of time. He seemed to see the gods of the heavens kneeling, and the heavenly gods half kneeling to welcome them. Countless accompaniments played at the same time, and a melodious yet wild melody was played in the void. A huge figure stood tall in the void, looking down on everything in the world. That slender figure brought about an unstoppable deterrence in the void, and even the other worlds in the void could clearly feel this movement. Xianin, Xianin, Ouyang Xianin. Zero put his hand in front of his forehead to block the light, and also to block his view of the slender figure. He was afraid that he would shatter the moment he saw her. The melody that floated in the void stimulated him, and he seemed to remember something. Melody, the heavenly god of melody, is her? The one that appeared in Father's memory, the super-powerful being above the heavenly gods. However, Zero did not have the mind to think about anything else at this moment. He only watched as the melody turned into a silver-blue river in the void, and the void around this world was shattered in one breath. Boom! As the rumbling sound faded, a golden barrier of time appeared in the shattered void. Zero suddenly thought of something, and was about to open his mouth to remind her when the silver-blue river covered the barrier of time around it. When the elements of chaos touched the river, they seemed to have encountered a power that made them feel fear, and they actually shrank back, looking for other exits. However, in the end, they could only wander in this sealed void, and the elements of chaos that were unwilling to give up suddenly went crazy at this moment. Zero's expression changed drastically. Idiot! Hurry up and defend! The moment his horrified voice faded, the elements of chaos in this void suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. At the same time, in the center of the Black Sun's remains, a pair of scarlet eyes filled with brutality abruptly opened. Chapter 896. An uncontrollable tyrannical aura reverberated in the starry sky like a whirlwind, forcibly suppressing the aftermath of the Black Sun's explosion and strangling the even more fatal explosion in its cradle. The entire starry sky suddenly calmed down, but perhaps this place could no longer be called a starry sky. There was nothing left in this world. All the stars and all the life had been completely destroyed by the explosion. What was left was only an empty shell, an empty hole, an empty world with only the aftermath of the chaotic energy. It's awakened, an accomplished void being. Zero wiped off his cold sweat, a warped barrier that contained both the power of time and stars erected before him. It was that barrier that allowed the two of them to remain unscathed in the core zone of the Black Sun's explosion. One could imagine its defensive power. Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his head, and put the swirling zither back into his heart. His colorful eyes looked ahead. The world had already fallen silent without a hint of starlight. Everything had been wiped out by the Black Sun, utterly obliterated from rules and causality, leaving only empty darkness in this world. There were only 3 people here, 3 very obvious people. His body flowed with the colors of the stars, Zero's body flickered with the light of time, and the person in front was like the void, with purple-black and black auras constantly rising from his body. It was a youth who appeared to be about the same age as Yun Nuoshing and the others, although his actual age was yet to be determined. He was wearing a black robe that did not appear to be made out of ordinary materials, and instead appeared to be an incorporeal garment made out of energy. The surface of the black robe was covered in purple-black colors that resembled flowing clouds, with chaos elements tangling around his body and emanating from every inch of his body. Looking up, one could see a cold face, his black shoulder-length hair fluttering despite the absence of wind. His entire being appeared rather heroic and awe-inspiring, while his scarlet eyes flowed with black chaos elements, making him appear incomparably eerie. Then what should we do next? Where is the shard? Yun Nuoshing sighed faintly. So you don't have a plan either. Zero looked at him strangely for a moment, before turning his gaze to the void being. It has already been assimilated, don't worry, only we can touch and use the shard. Others can only borrow a little of the shard's power if they get it, but it was passively obtained. You want to disembowel it? Yun Nuoshing turned to look at him. What a vivid description. Zero's face twitched. What should we do exactly? Either way, we have to pull it out of its berserk state. What you said isn't any easier than what I said. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh, then took a step forward, arriving 1,000 feet in front of that person in one step. He opened his arms slightly towards that void being and said, Yo, can you still speak? I don't think, shut up. The two of them who were bickering on a daily basis suddenly dodged to the side at the same time. With a horizontal movement, they were already hundreds of meters away. At the place where they were just standing, there was a loud boom, and the space suddenly collapsed into a crater about 10 meters wide. Below the crater, there was a flashing golden time barrier. Seems like it's not easy to communicate with him. Zero twisted his neck. Attacking without saying anything, how rude. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. The enemy was now in a berserk state, and the two forces entangled in his body made him confused. If it were him, he would not have the mood to communicate with two unknown objects. However, this attack had the power to collapse the void, and it was from a distance, so he was more or less cautious. Die. Die. Die sound could not be transmitted through the starry sky, but this single word kept echoing in the minds of Yun Nuoshing and Zero. However, it was fine if they did not listen to him, because the powerful murderous intent from the guy in front of them had already passed through the starry sky and landed on their heads. Politeness demands reciprocity. Unfortunately, I don't have much politeness either. Yun Nuoshing shouted softly. His body shook, and in an instant, he appeared behind the void being. A purplish-black light appeared in his hand, and a perfect crescent moon appeared in an instant, landing heavily on the opponent's body. It was the body-strengthening secret technique of the star tactics, starry sky incarnation. It was the symbol of the starry sky. It could be said that the entire starry sky was the domain of the Yun Nuo star. He could go wherever he wanted. He could even catch all the free energy in the starry sky to fight. However, the latter function was useless now. The starry sky had been completely destroyed. Not to mention the free energy, not even a ray of starlight was left for him. However, he could still use this secret technique to fight freely in the starry sky. Bang! The Netherworld Ruins sword carried a huge force and landed heavily on the opponent's body, accompanied by a faint purplish flame. Yun Nuoshing's hand shook, and he did not send the opponent flying. Instead, he was sent flying by himself, and he only managed to stop after flying a few hundred meters in the starry sky. So, the use of force. Zero could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that he was sent flying by his own power. Can you not be so sarcastic? Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he almost picked up the Netherworld Ruins sword and rushed over to hit him. Zero pondered seriously for a while, and then sighed heavily. Alright, then I'll just sit here and do nothing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Don't stare at me. I just said that I don't have any extra power after using my full strength. I'm already crippled, and I'm at most a good target now. Zero spread his hands helplessly. Yun Nuoshing frowned. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly turned around, and the Netherworld Ruins sword ignited with several types of flames and elements, and swept across without any fancy move. Just as he turned around and swept the Netherworld Ruins sword, the void being had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Its entire body was covered in black fog and purplish-black energy, and it lightly struck out with its palm. The purplish-black energy churned on its palm, and then it lightly imprinted itself on the Netherworld Ruins sword. There was no huge explosion of power. The palm pierced through the divine flames and elements, and landed directly on the Netherworld Ruin's sword, causing Yun Nuoshing's heart to tremble. Before he could hurriedly activate the Netherworld Ruin's sword's power, a monstrous destructive power exploded from the Netherworld Ruin's sword. Boom! A blinding purplish-black ball of light violently exploded in the starry sky. Without any restrictions on land, they could fight in the most primitive environment of the starry sky, and all of their powers could be unleashed to their fullest potential. The blinding ball of light suddenly exploded, and Yun Nuoshing and Zero did not feel any signs of brewing beforehand. Oh no, Zero's heart thumped when he saw Yun Nuoshing and the void being clashing head-on. He hurriedly mobilized the remaining timeline of this world. This time, it was not used for defense or offense, but to restore his own power. The dazzling purplish-black ball of light suddenly exploded, and two figures burst out from it. One of them had 6 curled wings behind his back, and the other was wrapped in an ominous black fog. They were attacking the former with ferocious attacks that could collapse the void. Every time their attacks landed, a huge void hole would appear within 100 meters of their bodies. The two of them fought very quickly, and the battlefield swept across tens of thousands of miles. However, it was more like Yun Nuoshing was being chased and beaten up by someone. The moment he burst out from the ball of light, he could not successfully retaliate, and was forced to defend himself. Bang! A terrifying force blasted on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder, and the terrifying force almost dislocated his arm. Yun Nuoshing endured the pain and used this force to retreat. With a flash of light elements, he burst out far away. His starry sky incarnation, after being beaten up for a few hundred rounds, it had already become dull. Die, die, die. After launching a series of rapid attacks that caught Yun Nuoshing off guard, the void being should have followed up with another attack. However, at this moment it stopped and its hands and head drooped down. In Yun Nuoshing's mind, that low voice sounded again. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his arm. In the state of starry sky incarnation, he would not lose an arm or a leg, but he would still feel pain. However, at this moment, his entire body was a ball of black, unidentified objects that were emitting various shapes of light spots. He did not even have a face, so he would not vomit blood. Although it was not obvious from the surface, Yun Nuoshing knew that his body was already seriously injured. There's not much time left for light prohibition. Yun Nuoshing clenched his fists tightly, and felt extremely bitter in his heart. He could not defeat this guy. To be able to heavily injure him in 2 to 3 minutes, an opponent of this level. Idiot number 1. Don't be in a daze. Zero's somewhat hurried voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing Yun Nuoshing to quiver. At the same time, an extremely strong sense of danger was rapidly approaching. He did not care about what he was thinking, and subconsciously moved his body horizontally. Boom! With a rumbling sound, Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned his head, and saw that the place where he was just standing was once again 100 feet wide golden pit. Go to hell! Before the void being could shatter the space around him, Yun Nuoshing took out the Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong sword. He grabbed the two divine swords and clashed them together. In just a few breaths' time, the ball of light shattered. Yun Nuoshing held the divine sword that appeared, and without thinking, he slashed at the former. Nethervoid Ultimate Slash. At this moment, he was becoming more and more familiar with fusing the divine swords. His entire movement was smooth, and there was not the slightest bit of sluggishness. However, after this set of movements, his starry sky incarnation became dimmer, and many of the starlight on it were slowly extinguished, leaving only a black or light purple area. A sword light that was 100,000 feet wide burst out from the divine sword. Without the energy of heaven and earth for him to plunder, he could only slash open space and void to plunder the omnipresent power of space and time. After the black sword light merged with these two types of origin energy, its size also rapidly expanded. By the time it arrived in front of the void being, it was already 100,000 feet wide. The power that was enough to split everything in the world in half violently collided with the void being. The young man who symbolized the void slowly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes stared at the huge crescent that was approaching at an extremely fast speed. He gently reached out his hand, and his palm reached out towards the crescent, as if he was going to receive it with his bare hands. Boom! With a dull and heavy sound, the huge energy that was generated caused Yun Nuoxing and Zero to turn their gazes over. At the same time, they cautiously retreated a little. The characteristics of the Nethervoid sword's power allowed it to split time and space in half with its weak energy, but that person was not an ordinary person. He was the embodiment of the void, the origin life, that was born from the void. The Nethervoid sword that had always been invincible would probably not be able to end the battle in one move at this moment. Crack! There was a crisp sound as if space was collapsing. However, it was not space that was collapsing this time. As Yun Nuoxing looked on in astonishment, the 10,000 feet wide purple-black crescent abruptly burst into specks of light that filled the sky. Meanwhile, the young man was still standing in the starry sky, his body not moving a single step from start to finish. Directly using the power of the void to shatter your power, it's over. Just write your will honestly this time. Zero breathed a long sigh. It was clear that he was having a headache as well. Who would you write it for? Zero pondered for a moment, his cheeks twitching. Seems like no one. Then I'll just do my best to survive. If you have the strength to think nonsense, why not? Yun Nuoxing sighed. Grabbing Zero's shoulder with one hand, the 6 wings behind her flapped fiercely, bringing the two away from where they were at the speed of light. A cluster of purple-black energy abruptly appeared where they were. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Then, in the short span of 2 breaths, it expanded to the size of a planet. The power of the void had consumed the entire space. Yun Nuoxing could sense that there was only one factor left in that place: time. It was still difficult for the uncontrolled power of the void to consume time, even if that cluster of purple-black energy was the size of a planet. Why don't we think about how to get rid of that guy? Yun Nuoxing did not even dare to stop as she pulled Zero along and ran. She could sense that there was a person surging with extremely frightening power right behind her buttocks. Moreover, there were clusters of void power of the same scale that appeared out of nowhere along the way, constantly surrounding the two of them as if they were playing a game of chess. That guy's brain was fried by the elements of chaos. Although he's fast, his brain doesn't seem to be working fast enough. Look at how he's halting every time he moves. Zero tilted his head and said, "And then?" "Nothing then. I'm writing my will." Zero said very calmly, "Yun Nuoxing, I'm going to throw you into the void later." The starry sky had already withered, but at this moment, Yun Nuoxing could feel an extremely strong murderous intent coming from all directions, emanating from every corner of this world. It was as if this gloomy world was going to tear the two of them into pieces. That terrible feeling came from countless directions, as if it came from the world itself. He's using the power of the void. Like I said before, there's also a void in this world. Blow up the void, and the layer below it will be there. There's no place in this world that isn't his domain. How fast can you run? Zero sighed. I beg you, can you stop making sarcastic remarks? Yun Nuoxing was going crazy and wanted to go berserk. The divine sword in her right hand seemed to sense her emotions, and it also emitted rings of substantial energy ripples. Void destruction. A cold shout suddenly rang in the minds of the two of them, so cold that it made them shiver. Yun Nuoxing quivered, and her entire starry sky body turned into golden light, and she was about to escape with Zero at the speed of light. But she stopped in the next second. The moment she reacted, she waved her hand and opened up her rule domain. The golden barrier instantly enveloped the two of them in a 10-meter radius, and then, in an instant, the entire world disappeared. This was a true disappearance. The entire world, with Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shiwen at the center, suddenly disappeared completely. Outside the law domain, there was a roaring void hurricane. The originally dark and desolate starry sky was now completely annihilated. That world disappeared without a sound, without any warning, without any preparation. At this moment they were in the boundless void, the natural domain of the void being, not far in front of the two of them, that void being stood in the void, and the entire void was shaking because of him. Purplish black and black colors were changing chaotically in front of their eyes, and in an instant, the void became extremely chaotic. In the distance, those worlds floating in the void were also bobbing up and down in this boundless ocean, and many light balls were being carried by the chaotic void and sent to other places. Yun Nuoxing and Zero saw this scene clearly, and could only sigh. Fortunately, the world barriers of those worlds were still intact, and would not be destroyed because of the turbulence in the void. After sighing, Yun Nuoxing calmly took out a piece of paper and a quill from her pendant under Zero's puzzled gaze, looked at him, and said calmly, "How do you write the will in God's language?" Zero was speechless. After coming to the void domain, even he could not remain calm? Reaching out to slap away the paper and quill in his hand, Zero rolled his eyes. "Who can joke, but you can't joke? Why? Damn it, I'm not some savior, I'm just a mortal. I can't do this job." Yun Nuoxing glared at him angrily, and pointed her finger outside the rule domain, and said fiercely, "Look outside." Zero's cheeks twitched. Of course, he also saw the scene outside, and because he saw it, his face was unusually solemn. As far as the eye could see, the entire void domain was shaking. The purple shallow void domain and the black deep void domain were mixed together irregularly. In a space that was 100 feet in size, the shallow and deep void domain switched a few thousand times. However, distance and size did not matter in the void domain. The so-called 100 feet of space was only added by Yun Nuoxing for better measurement. The entire void domain was reverberating with the strange sound of a storm, and broken void domain and time barriers were everywhere. The void domain being stood in the void domain, and above his head was a violently spinning purple-black energy vortex, an energy ball that was completely condensed by the void domain. In the void domain, any form of attack would be very weak, unless it was a close-range attack, such as running into the opponent's rule domain and punching, kicking, or using all sorts of close-range attacks. However, energy attacks would be gradually devoured by the void domain once they left the rule domain. Furthermore, the concepts of distance and space were very vague in the void domain. Once an energy attack was released, it might disappear after leaving the rule domain. This was the consensus of Yun Nuoxing and Zero, but the scene in front of them could be said to be inconceivable. However, the person who performed this was a void domain being. He was the void domain, and the void domain was him. He could stand in the void domain without any means, and he could also do what he was doing now, using the void domain to condense an energy ball that was enough to kill the two of them. The void domain was his world. He had countless ways to kill his enemies in the void domain, but his enemies would never be able to hurt him in the void domain. Such a shameless way of fighting left Yun Nuoxing with no other choice but to stomp his feet. That ball of destructive energy was still expanding. If that huge ball of void came crashing down, not to mention the two of them, even the gods would have to die. That void creature ignored the protection of the first sky god and released a power that was comparable to the gods in the 5 elemental realms. Yun Nuo planet could not stop him even with the power of the entire starry sky, and he could not exert all his power here. That sky god's protection was indeed to protect the other elemental realms, but it could not stop someone from ignoring this layer of protection. Perhaps this layer of protection did not consider the origin life in the beginning, but now, under such circumstances, it was a disaster for Yun Nuo planet and the others. Yun Nuoxing's deep eyes looked at the energy ball that was constantly condensing in the void domain in a daze. A trace of darkness flashed across his mind, as if a bolt of lightning had awakened him. Perhaps there is a way. Zero, who was writing furiously, suddenly raised his head when he heard this sentence. He saw Yun Nuashing withdraw from the starry sky incarnation state. Her long hair returned to its white color, and her colorful eyes looked straight at him. A black dagger was slowly rotating in her palm, which was held horizontally in front of her. Along with the appearance of this dagger was an extremely violent aura. The violence of that aura made Zero's eyelids tremble uncontrollably. Chaos. Chapter 897. The black dagger was only a foot long and did not have any patterns. The black color of the entire dagger seemed to be flowing like shadows or ink. Staring at it for too long would probably affect one's mind. This was the chaos that resided in Yun Nuashing's body and shadow. The ancient demon, one of the four evils, had the same name as the chaos element. Its power was formless, chaotic, and traceless. It did not have a real form and was very similar to the chaos element. Perhaps this new power that was born from the extreme mutation of the dark element was also very similar to the chaos element, hence its name. Have you made up your mind? At this point, Zero had calmed down instead. There was no sign of madness on his face at all. There was only a calm aura that had been accumulated over time, as if the person who was joking just now was not him. Once you take this step, you may not be able to turn back anymore. The seed of darkness has already taken root in your heart. If you guide the chaos into your body now, I don't think I need to tell you what the consequences will be, right? I know. Yun Nuashing nodded very calmly. But there's no other way to carry it out, is there? If we let him do as he pleases, both of us will die here. The entire void is his territory and his clone. There's no place for us to hide in the void in front of a god-class void being. Among the powers that I know, only its power. Perhaps it could ignore the protection of the first heavenly god. Chaos is formless and traceless, without rules and without order. Don't you think it's very similar to the chaos element? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He did not seem to realize how frightening his words were to others. In his soul, there was silence. Violet Knight and the others did not say anything. They could not say anything. There was dead silence in the rule domain. Zero and Yun Nuashing looked at each other for a long time. The latter's unrelenting gaze made the former clench his fist. After a long time, he finally sighed and walked towards the edge of the rule domain. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you. Do whatever you want. Yun Nuashing smiled silently. Before Zero stepped out of the rule domain, he suddenly stopped and turned his back to Yun Nuashing. Hey, dummy number one. You have to live. Don't forget what I said before. I know. In this life, Zero nodded and stepped out of the precept domain without looking back. He opened his own precept domain and floated to the side, looking up at the void being that was madly gathering the power of the entire void. The latter's scarlet eyes were filled with uncontrollable madness and brutality as it let out a long sigh. I can't be of much help, but to prevent you from breaking through the barrier of the primordial realm, I'd better move around a bit. Zero sighed and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He swiped his palm across his eyes and something seemed to freeze in the air. Seeing that Zero had left, Yun Nuashing focused on her spiritual world. Just as she opened her mouth to speak to Violet Knight, a huge pillow flew at her and blocked the rest of her sentence. We'll help to stabilize your soul. Although we can't stop chaos, it's not a problem to protect your soul. Whitey and Feng Er's eggs are here too. If there's nothing else, get out. Violet Knight's cold and arrogant look made Yun Nuashing speechless. Shouldn't this be his spiritual world? Why was he the one who wanted to get out, however? Violet Knight was obviously furious at this moment. He knew the reason, but he couldn't say anything. He sighed and glanced at Lan Shiner, Kai Xia, and the others, nodded, and slipped out of the spiritual world. Looking up at the void being for the last time, Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. His right hand that was holding the black dagger suddenly clenched and held the hilt of the dagger in his hand. Like a mist, black energy spread from the dagger to his fair palm and climbed up his arm. "The devil sleeping in my body, please listen to my most sincere prayer." The black demon scriptures followed his arm and extended to every part of his body. The patterns on the spirit receiving divine body didn't stop the demon scriptures from extending. Quite the contrary, they seemed to be welcoming the demon scriptures and fusing with them. The black and colorful patterns congregated, and a faint black air moved. When the demon scriptures reached his face, his eyes opened again. They had turned into a strange color. His left eye was pure black like a pearl, while his right eye was still radiant and colorful like before. Rumble, when the demonic patterns stopped climbing, Zero raised his head as if he sensed something. However, he didn't focus. He wasn't looking at the void being, nor was he looking at Yun Nuashing. He looked at the empty and chaotic void space and pondered for a long time before sighing. At this moment, his soul had merged into the sea of time. In his senses, an extremely violent force without any rules or order was slowly awakening in this fragile primordial realm. This force was so strong that it directly affected the stability of this primordial realm. The barriers of the primordial realm on both sides were unstable because of the appearance of this force. "Has it begun?" After a long time, Zero sighed and lowered his head to look at Yun Nuashing, who was not far away. The Golden Rule domain was quietly fading, and Yun Nuashing was directly exposed to the void space. The void space seemed to have discovered its prey and pounced on Yun Nuashing like a wolf. However, before the void space could swallow Yun Nuashing, the seemingly fearless void space suddenly froze at this moment. Then, with Yun Nuashing as the center, it slowly retreated while maintaining a distance of 10 feet. A faint purple color appeared within this range of 10 feet. A sufficiently powerful life form can use its own body as a domain and directly affect the void space. Zero looked at Yun Nuashing, who was emitting a force that disturbed the rules and balance of the world, and then sensed his power. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As expected of chaos, the protection of the first god is actually ineffective? Now is the time for the two big guys to fight each other. With my small body, it's better for me to stay away. Zero sighed faintly and moved his body a little further away. In the chaotic void space, the void space being suddenly felt something and stopped what he was doing. A hint of calmness flashed across his scarlet eyes, and the chaotic and violent void power above his head began to quietly dissipate. He sensed danger, and an unusually powerful life form appeared in his senses. Boom! Destructive energy suddenly surged out violently in the void space. The originally black void space was now dyed a dazzling color by an even blacker power. The monstrous black aura condensed into an incomparably huge black magic circle in the void space. A huge light pillar of 10,000 feet long shot up into the sky from Yun Nuashing's body, and a huge black shadow appeared behind him. It didn't have a specific shape, and it looked like a ball of turbid liquid that gradually changed between purple and black. It was like a shadow, a one-sided silhouette, and it looked the same no matter which direction you looked at it from. This is the power of chaos. Zero suddenly retreated a distance away. The power that made the rules and order lose balance directly affected the void space. Even though he had strengthened the time barrier of this void space by a lot, he could still feel that it was on the verge of collapse in the void space. In the chaotic energy ball, Yun Nuashing slowly raised his head. His colorful and black eyes looked up at the void space, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his beautiful face. Such a long time, after dozens of eras, I've finally seen this world again. Yun Nuashing laughed out loud. His voice was a little hoarse, and there was a low, turbid echo. The violent energy on his body surged again due to the turbulence in his state of mind. Zero looked at him, but he couldn't help but worry. He knew that this wasn't idiot number one, and there was an evil existence occupying his body at this moment. It's a pity that my host doesn't desire my power. Yun Nuashing, or Chaos, clenched his fists, and his black eyes looked at the young man standing in the void space. If it wasn't for this situation, I'm afraid that he would never use my power. He could have used the power of the swirling long zither to settle this small matter. Zero sighed when he heard that. He wouldn't do that. The power of the swirling long zither could indeed defeat the void being, but the full power of the swirling long zither was enough to flatten a large part of the void space, and not a single world would be left behind. Idiot number 1 wouldn't do such a thing. Chaos seemed to know this as well, and he couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his hands and aimed at the young man. It's rare for me to come out. I'll let you be my first spoil of war. Boom. 2 voices echoed in his mind at the same time. One was the voice, and the other was the huge commotion caused by the fight. The 2 fellows outside the void space were going all out, and it was just the first collision. Even Ling, who was far away, was shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that he was separated by the void space, and a large part of the aftermath of the battle was swallowed by the void space, the aftermath of the battle would have caused him to be seriously injured. It's starting. Zero stood up in the void space, and looked up at the dazzling flames exploding in the distance. There were some deep colors in his golden eyes. The representative of the evil side of the world, the most evil and evil of the realm of the gods, Chaos, the king of the evil side. The product of the extreme mutation of the dark element, absolutely chaotic and violent. It's enough to ignore the chaos element protected by the first heavenly god. Let me be the witness of this battle. In the silent void, there were frequent flashes of light. The turbulent energy stirred up the depths of the void space, and it was extremely chaotic. The light purple and black colors were constantly changing, and the concepts of the 3 planes in the void space were also turbulent. The division of energy from the void space became chaotic, and some places in the lower plane had a higher concentration of energy than the upper plane. Boom! The 2 powerful energies collided with each other with earth-shattering power. An unfathomable crack was cut open in the void. It extended from the left end of the line of sight all the way to the right end of the line of sight. The golden time barrier rippled in the void crack and was on the verge of collapse. The 2 figures didn't use any weapons, and they didn't use any methods. They only used their fists and feet to fight. You punch me, I punch you. Courtesy calls for reciprocity, and it was like a fight between hooligans. The only thing missing was scratching with their nails and biting with their mouth. The 2 of them, one of them was a handsome young man, and the other was a beautiful young man, but they were beaten until they looked like 2 lunatics with disheveled hair. Void, bang! The handsome young man blasted Yun Nuashing back with a punch, and the purplish-black energy in his hand rapidly condensed. However, before it could explode, he was met with a huge fist that contained golden particles. The fist directly hit his face, and his nose immediately bled, and he was sent flying. Roar! Yun Nuashing roared and closed in on him. Both of his fists seemed to have gone crazy at this moment, bringing along hundreds of afterimages, and fiercely smashed at all parts of his body like raindrops. Every punch landed on his flesh, and every punch was like the beating of a drum, emitting waves of shocking muffled sounds on his body. The force of this punch even punched a few 100,000 feet wide holes in the void space far away from him. Roar! Roar! Yun Nuashing roared angrily. He grabbed the young man's collar with one hand, and on his right hand, a black aura surged toward him like a tide. Magic circles that were 10,000 feet wide swallowed the 2 of them, but they only had an effect on the former's fist. After a moment of delay, the former shot out like a meteorite. Boom! It was a punch that used almost all of his strength, and with several amplification magic circles that were 10,000 feet wide, this punch directly sent the void being into the depths of the void space. A raging black tide burst out from where he stood, churning wildly in the void space, and wanted to devour the void space completely. Hiss, that void being roared as he tore through the void space and returned from the depths. His eyes were surging with an even more frenzied blood-red color. The effect of energy attacks in the void space was limited, so Yun Nuoshing simply gave up on those long-range energy attacks and went straight for close combat. The latter had the light element, and at this moment, the power of chaos had torn through the restraints of the rules. The void space's restrictions on his own movement were extremely limited, but the former could still borrow the power of the void space. Yun Nuoshing could not borrow any external force, and could only fight with all his strength. The latter was also aware of this, so he used all of his strength from the beginning, preventing the void being from using any skills. Every time the void space wanted to use something, Yun Nuoshing would use the limit of the light element to approach in an instant, and then interrupt it. Why are the two gods fighting like hooligans? Mr. Zero, who was watching the entire battle from afar, was dumbfounded. He could not help but cover half of his face with one hand. He felt that his description just now could be changed. One was a half-crippled god, whose brain was burned by the chaos element, and the other was a young chaos who had the power of a god but whose body could not keep up with the rhythm. These two were so funny when they fought. Rumble! Just as he sighed, in the void, the endless purplish-black energy and the black energy waves once again collided. The two energies tried to devour each other as soon as they met. The entire void was violently shaken by the two energies colliding violently. Even the time barrier that he had put all his effort into defending could not stop shaking. Under the violent impact of the energies, huge cracks were suddenly torn open, and the purplish primordial realm barrier was extremely dim behind it. It won't be fun to let them break through the primordial realm. Zero sighed. He stretched out his hand and swiped it in front of his eyes. The crack in the time barrier was instantly restored to its original state. I still have to repair the field. These two troublesome fellows. Zero sighed. Monstrous energy fluctuated with an aura of annihilation. Two figures rushed out after the two clusters of energy exploded. One could see that the two of them were looking at each other as though they were looking at their mortal enemies. This kind of stalemate was not something that they wanted to see. What they wanted to see was destruction. They wanted to see the destruction of everything. A power that could tear the other party to pieces. The void, just as the void being uttered these two words, Yun Nuoshing once again appeared in front of the void being in an instant. Behind her, there were dozens of gigantic arrays emitting terrifying energy waves. They all covered her fist, and then she punched out fiercely. Hum! An inexplicable wave suddenly spread throughout the void at an infinite speed. The source of the wave seemed to be the void itself. It was the void itself that made all of its movements stop in an instant. At that moment, the wave passed through Zero's body. Just as he stretched out his hand to repair the field, his body stiffened, and he could not move at all. However, his soul could feel something, and he could not help but tremble. He stopped the entire void? He stopped the entire void, the entire time axis? They had now crossed over to another time axis world? No, that's not right. The time axis world did not change. I can still feel the flow of time. Zero breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked. He thought that the void being could really act recklessly to this extent after possessing the elements of chaos. As a time being, he had control over time that surpassed all things. His perception of time would not be wrong. In this void, only space was stopped, time was not stopped. Void annihilation. That shout was delayed for thousands of rounds before it was finally shouted out by him. Almost instantly, his entire body was wrapped in a black aura. The power of the void and the elements of chaos crazily condensed on his body. The entire void was turbulent, and some subtle auras appeared in the void of the five elements realm. The space was only frozen for a moment, and that moment was enough for the young man to release his ultimate move. Yun Nuoshing also resumed her movements in the next moment. Without thinking, she punched out fiercely. Bang! The attack power of more than 10 magic circles that had been stacked, and the previously successful attack did not have any effect at all. The layer of black shadow that completely wrapped the void being was incomparably hard, and even Yun Nuoshing, who had punched out, stopped in her tracks. Invincible with the superposition of rules and causality? Interesting. Have you decided to give it your all? Yun Nuoshing's deep laughter suddenly reverberated in the void. He looked at the layer of black shadow barrier in front of him, but shook his head and retreated for thousands of feet. That layer of barrier had an absolute defense. Unless he also used the same level of rules and causality, there was no way he could break it. That was a move that belonged to the gods. If he was in the mature stage, at least a little mature, he would have a way to deal with it. But now, my host, your body is too weak. It can't bear too much of my power. Hun Dun clenched his hands, as if he was talking to himself. In fact, he was talking to the other person in his body. He originally thought that he was just talking to himself, but he felt a little movement in his body, as if it was a response. He could not help but laugh. Oh, you are indeed my host. You can still retain a little control when I occupy your body. Let this void bury you. Crazy and hoarse mocking laughter came from the black shadow barrier. The content made Zero, who heard it, stagger and fall in the void. This lunatic intends to destroy the entire 5 elements realm. Chapter 898. F***CK. This lunatic. Zero was dumbfounded and his jaw almost fell off. He had never thought of such a situation where a fight would blow up the 5 elemental realms. Chaos. Hurry up and think of a way. That bastard wants to bury us together, bah. He can still survive in the void. Even if the void of the 5 elemental realms is blown up, he won't be killed. Zero hurriedly shouted at Yun Nuoshing. Of course, he was shouting in his soul. He couldn't be like these 2 lunatics, who could directly transform his voice into the rule and speak in the void with his mouth. Long-winded, I'm thinking, the host's body is too weak, and my power is only at the initial stage. I can't break the invincibility of the rule and the law of causality. Chaos turned around and glanced at Zero. The latter couldn't help but laugh dryly at Chaos in different words. Would it kill you to admit that you can't do anything? How can I not have a way? As if guessing what Zero was thinking, Yun Nuoshing turned around angrily. She crossed her arms and looked down at Zero. When I destroyed the world, you and that hothead weren't even born yet. I just couldn't find a way to use it. I have dozens of ways to destroy this invincibility, but I don't have the energy to use it. Zero spread out his hands. In the end, there was still no way to solve it, right? I have a very straightforward way, but it lacks a very crucial energy. The host has it, but it's too weak, too weak. It's not enough at all. Hun Dun scratched his head in distress, messing up his long black hair that flowed like ink. What the hell? Say it clearly. Zero roared and asked. Hun Dun frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a large piece of the void suddenly cracked open. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Then, they turned around with a strange look in their eyes. They saw a large group of people emerging from the space. Chaos and Zero were both stunned. They took a closer look and found that the group of people looked familiar. The leader had a pair of long green horns. Wasn't that Fu Qing? The large group behind him was Ming, Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, Lin Xing, and the rest. Even Havana and the rest came. However, they didn't see the large group of people from Nainar world. Perhaps they were left in that world. However, for a battle of this level and spectating, it was better for ordinary people not to join in the fun. Why are you guys here? Zero was a little confused. Idiot number 1 had finally sent them away. Why did he come back? Ming ignored her. Her beautiful eyes swept across the void and quickly found Yun Nua planet. A hint of joy flashed across her eyes, but in the next second she was stunned again. Her footsteps that wanted to walk over also stopped. Don't go over. That's not idiot number one. Zero subconsciously said this for everyone to hear. After pondering for a while, she said, "He is." Strangely, Zero found it difficult to speak. She pondered for a while and sighed. She didn't know how to tell them. While the group of people were staring at each other, Hun Dun suddenly laughed. Got it, Zero was startled. No one could react in time. However, before anyone could react, Hun Dun's body flashed and appeared behind Ming Ming. A low and deep voice was stealthily emitted. "Little girl, lend me your strength for a moment." A large group of people, including Ming Ming herself, did not react in time. They saw Hun Dun pressing down on her shoulders, opening his mouth and biting Ming Ming's neck. Everyone was shocked. After a moment, they reacted and wanted to rush forward. Ming was also shocked. As for pain, she didn't feel much. However, she could feel that her power was being rapidly drained. In the blink of an eye, she lost 2/3 of her power. Wait. Don't be agitated. Zero hurriedly rushed forward to stop everyone. This ancestor was temperamental. God knew what would happen if he was disturbed like this. Moreover, Ming wasn't injured. He could feel that her power was just being drained. However, although she didn't feel any substantial harm, it was very uncomfortable for Ming to have her power forcefully drained. Moreover, Zero just said that this wasn't Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao stood up and was about to resist. It was also at this moment that Chaos suddenly trembled and let go of her. His body leaned back in a strange way. However, his hands were still on Ming's shoulders as if he couldn't control his body. Chaos blinked. After a while, his deep voice sounded as if he was talking to himself. "Oh, why did you suddenly resist? Did I hit your weak spot? You're very concerned about this little girl? Don't worry, I didn't hurt her. I just borrowed her power. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that crazy brat." After he finished speaking, the strange movements of his body gradually stopped. Although his body was occupied, Yun Nuashing still had some of her own senses. Naturally, she could sense that Ming's aura was slightly weaker. Immediately, the struggle in her soul gradually weakened until it disappeared. Wiping the corner of his mouth, wisps of golden energy flowed rapidly in his body. Hun Dun raised his head and looked at the black shadow screen. Behind him, Ming Ming had already turned around and left. He was surrounded by a group of people who were looking around nervously. He was just short of holding her in his hands to check if she was injured. "Zero, this guy. Who is this guy wearing the skin of a little star?" Yuan. She looked at Zero's awkward face. He could not help but frown and ask. Then, he looked at Yun Nuashing. He had never sensed such an aura before. It was so ominous, so chaotic, and so violent. It was as if it could reverse the laws of heaven and earth. He's chaos from the realm of the gods. The idiot no. One that you all knew was possessed by a vengeful spirit was actually him. Zero shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He still said this somewhat frightening thing. As soon as he said this, Ming, Bing Er, and the other girls froze. The others also widened their eyes. Huh! Boom! Without giving them more time to be shocked, after Chaos absorbed Ming's divine power, his body slowly floated up in the void. He spread out his left and right hand. On his right hand, a ball of extremely dark energy rose. After this ball of energy appeared, an extremely violent energy penetrated the void and was sensed by everyone. Just by looking at that ball of energy, everyone felt a sense of irritation in their hearts. They quickly retreated. The person behind the black shadow still did not answer. He only repeated a word, "Die. Die." The void suddenly shook. Havana looked up. He was a native of the 5 elemental realms and a member of the god race. He was more familiar and sensitive to the void than Zero and this group of people from the 8 elemental realms. When he saw this movement in the void, he could not help but gasp. The void is shaking. It's disintegrating. The energy of the entire void is shaking. Everything, including all the worlds floating in the void, is approaching here. What did that guy do? Havana's voice was a little frightened. As the strongest person in the 5 elemental realms and the manager of thousands of worlds, he had never seen such a strange movement in the void. The only possibility was that someone was shaking the stability of the void. If the void was a huge stage, then all the worlds were decorations on the stage. At this moment, the stage was shaking with all its decorations. There was a force squeezing the huge stage from the boundary, causing it to be squeezed to the center from all directions. It's nothing. The void is about to collapse. If it collapses, everyone here, including us, will die except for the one who opened the ultimate. Zero sighed calmly and said something that made everyone's face turn pale. Don't be so naive, kid. Chaos suddenly sneered. When I looked down on the entire void, even the representative of the void did not dare to say anything in front of me. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Hun Dun took a deep breath. Suddenly, a brilliant golden energy rose from his left hand. It was like a sun that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing that energy, everyone was stunned. Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. That energy was hers. It was the energy that had just been taken away. But what was the use of it? You used the entire void as a wager. Today, I will accompany you to the end. Chaos laughed loudly. The 2 balls of energy in his hands, one black and one gold, slowly approached each other. His left and right hands slowly touched the 2 balls of energy. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of uneasiness rose in everyone's hearts. Hwain looked left and right and his face twitched. Let's back off, this void is going to be destroyed. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of glass shattering suddenly came from the nearby void. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw that a huge crack had suddenly appeared in the void. The golden time barrier was extremely dazzling behind it. Even further away, the void was suddenly distorted into an incomparably huge vortex. Gods of the spirit tribe, isolate this void. Send it deep into the void, quick! Get those worlds away from this place. Hwain shouted at Ivan and the others. Everyone trembled. Their bodies flashed as they rushed to the light balls of the worlds and moved them away one by one. Boom! 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 Bang! Huge holes exploded in the void one after another. The crisscrossing holes made the void look extremely chaotic. The terrifying void turbulence crossed the entire line of sight. Not to mention energy, everyone could not even sense their own existence. The rule domains were on the verge of collapse. Even the time barrier could not withstand the spiderweb-like crack. Purple light shone into the void, adding a touch of eeriness to this chaotic place. Brat. Chaos suddenly spoke to Zero softly. I know you can protect this group of people. Do your best. I don't know what will happen in another minute. The 2 forces here have already torn apart the void of the 5 elemental realms. He and I will not die. But if you all die, I will be very troubled. Huh! Zero was stunned when he heard this. Was the one who said this not idiot number 1 but Chaos? That temperamental ancient demon, Chaos, was actually concerned about the life and death of others? I don't care, but my host's mood will affect me. If he is sad, I will receive emotional feedback from him. I won't be happy either. Chaos glanced at him and said calmly. That's all. It was just an order, not a discussion. Zero knew this and could not help but laugh bitterly. He touched his right arm and sighed. It seemed like he would have to overdraw again today. Just like what Chaos said, no one knew what would happen later. The 2 forces of energy were already so crazy when they were just brewing. Even the time barrier of the elemental realm would not be able to withstand the shock of this energy. In the shattered void, the purple light shone on Yun Nuashing, who was emitting an endless black aura. He suddenly clapped his hands and pressed the golden and black forces together. Following a low explosion that reverberated in the void, everyone's hearts were in their throat. They stared at his hands without blinking. There, the black and golden forces were churning non-stop, as if something was brewing. Brat, it's time. Chaos let out a low evil laugh and slowly opened his hands. In the middle of his palms, there was a transparent ball of light the size of a head. In the center of the ball of light, two forces of energy, one gold and one black, were revolving rapidly around a deep black core. The explosive energy was transmitted to the surface of the ball of light in the form of lightning. It looked just like the mixed elemental impact that Yao Hua performed. However, this ball of energy made everyone feel disheartened, as if everything in the world would be swallowed up. Chaos laughter reverberated in the void. He held the ball of light with both hands, and the black aura on his body surged into it like a tide. His long hair, which was gradually changing between purple and black, danced wildly behind him. His robes were flapping, making him look like a demon god. Everything was born to be balanced, but when chaos arrived, the universe was reversed. Everything collapsed, and the void was destroyed. It was all because he was the zero of order, the origin of chaos. Hun Dun yelled, and the ball of energy in his hand became extremely bright within a few breaths. Everyone could only see an extremely bright ball of light expanding in the void at an extremely fast speed. The two balls of energy and the black core at the center were also emitting a light that was enough to penetrate the world at this moment. At the same time, the entire void in everyone's line of sight seemed to become tangible and colored. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, and the black sky and earth were being grasped in the palm of a big hand and crushed with all its might. Reversal, time displacement. Zero's hands formed a seal at lightning speed. His handsome face was slightly ferocious. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Golden light rays of time surged out from his body and quickly enveloped everyone. "We made it!" Zero shouted in joy. When he turned his head, he saw that the infinitely expanding ball of energy and the collapsing void were surging over with an aura of annihilation. Silent engulfment and explosion occurred in the entire void. The collapsing world and the infinitely expanding ball of energy were as if a giant was holding the world up when heaven and earth collapsed. The entire void shook violently as if there was an earthquake, and when the giant's armor quietly collapsed, what was revealed was an energy that was enough to destroy the entire world. The energy explosion spread throughout the entire void in the form of thunder and lightning. The black core expanded countless times in a few breaths' time. An extremely deep black light illuminated the boundless void. The two forces of energy that were rapidly revolving around the core also became incomparably bright at this moment. It was like the eruption of a black hole in the universe, but the former was too weak compared to this process. It could even be said that it was gentle. The former's engulfment relied on gravity to slowly absorb and tear everything into pieces. The chaos origin's engulfment engulfed everything in the form of destruction, turning everything into the initial state of nothingness and returning everything to zero. Time, space, rules, order, and even cause and effect were all destroyed. Everything would be wiped clean. If one could look inside, one would only see the scene of all things being annihilated. The black core brought along an earth-shattering burst of energy that affected the entire void. When it expanded to its limit, the entire chaotic void that was destroyed by it shrank to the point where it could not be seen. Just like its name, it returned to its original state in an instant. The void became quiet in an instant. The turbulence that occurred in the void also quieted down in an instant. Even though the area that was affected was so large, no one noticed the movement here. What happened in the void was difficult for those within the world barrier to notice. Unless someone was bored and kept sensing the void, only then would they be lucky enough to see the situation where everything returned to zero. The silence lasted for a moment, and the void began to slowly recover. No matter how crazy the two of them were, to the point where they even sent a part of the void back to its mother's womb, they still had some scruples and showed mercy. They did not erase the cause and effect of the void itself. The void could still recover. When the explosion of energy ended and everything calmed down completely, it began to slowly recover. The place where the void was dug away and disappeared became a nameless chaotic zone in a short period of time. Nothing existed there. There was no order. In the true sense of the word, it was the chaos at the beginning of the primordial realm, a place that had not been reclaimed. Shun time alignment. In the place where the heaven and earth were created, there were only green, purple, blue, and other chaotic gases. Their attributes were chaotic, and their attributes were chaotic. These were the energies at the beginning of the primordial realm. The rules, order, the power of the origin of the world, and the origin energy were all born from them. However, they were only repairing the void now. It was not as complicated as when the primordial realm was first born. They still retained the appearance of the previous void, and it would not take long for this place to return to normal. However, it was still dark here, and was completely different from the darkness just now. These nascent gases were very light and thin. Even though they filled this chaotic space, one could still easily see through the gases and see what was inside. In the center of the chaotic zone, a huge golden ball of light suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it blew away the nascent gases in that area. Havana, hurry up and support the barrier. I can't take it anymore. The ball of light dissipated, and it was Zero, Havana, and a large group of people. As soon as they came out, Havana lay down on the ground, panting heavily. He was as tired as a dead dog. Large droplets of sweat rolled down his pale cheeks. What just happened? Yuan Shi and the others were confused. Zero waved his hand and panted for a while. Then he said in a weak voice, "Chaos, its power is the representation of the extreme darkness and evil of time. Ming is the incarnation of light. It is almost the purest and most holy power in this world. It is much more holy than idiot number one's light element. Chaos used these two completely opposite energies to reduce this void to zero. Even gods would die if they were caught in it, and gods would be severely injured. If they were not careful, it would be normal for gods to die. Although chaos is only in its infancy, it is a ruthless character." Everyone's face turned pale. Using the difference of time to stop everyone's time, using the law of causality and the law of causality. Absolute invincibility on the axis of time. You are not bad. In the chaotic area, a voice suddenly sounded out, causing everyone to collectively shiver. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoshing, who was covered in a surging black aura, looking down at them with his arms crossed. "Ah, should I feel honored?" Zero joked and laughed. Chaos shrugged. "Fortunately, the two of us did not use the law of causality and the law of destruction. Otherwise, let's not talk about whether you can stop it, the void might not be able to recover. In any case, both of you are crazy about destruction." Everyone rolled their eyes. This was the most serious destruction incident in history. A large part of the void had been destroyed, and now it was still slowly repairing itself. Chapter 899. What about now? The chaotic space gave everyone a feeling of unease. It was too dull here. There were only various kinds of chaotic gases that were just born to mend the big hole in the void. Zero saw that everyone was a little restless. He jumped up and looked at Chaos. "Is that guy dead?" "No, he has fainted. I have dispelled his berserk state. The element of chaos has been suppressed back into the fragments. He is fine now. He is still floating in the chaotic space. The space attribute has not been fixed yet. The space here is overlapping, and it is easy to fall into the dislocated space. However, I am guiding him out. You will see him in a while." Chaos crossed his arms and looked at a certain space. "I will go back first. I am a little tired from fighting." Chaos let out a long sigh and rubbed his arms. Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads, they saw that the black gas that permeated his body was retreating like a receding tide. His long black hair transformed into a colorful color. The violent and uneasy aura also disappeared completely in a few breaths. It was all retracted back into Yun Nuoshing's body. Everyone looked at each other and waited quietly for a few minutes. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes. When they saw that familiar colorful color occupying his eyes, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That guy is back. Yun Nuoxing blinked and suddenly grinned. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his shoulder. That bastard really did not hold back. He tortured my body until it was almost broken. How could my small body withstand his strength? Little Moon rushed over and grabbed his long hair with her jade-like hand. She grabbed his arm and looked at it. After a while, she took half a step back and looked at him suspiciously. "Brother, are you okay?" "No. My whole body is in pain. It doesn't seem like I am okay." Yun Nuoxing felt for a moment and then shook his head seriously. "It's fine. Idiot number 1 is a cockroach. This kind of small matter won't be able to kill him. In the past, he always ended up lying on the ground. The fact that he's still standing means that he's doing well." Zero waved his hand, and everyone nodded in agreement. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "Don't make it sound like I like to play with my life. Who would like to torture themselves to death for no reason? It's not that I have no choice but to," everyone said. "All right, you're just addicted to playing with your life. There's no point in saying anything more. We won't accept your excuses." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Havana and the others looked at the chaotic zone and couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that they were done talking, Havana said, "The void here will take some time to repair itself, but before the eruption, we had already thrown those worlds into a mess. In an emergency situation, we don't even know where they were thrown to." Do you need help?" Yun Nuoxing asked with a dry smile. "Oh, that won't be necessary. Let us clean up the mess here." Havana chuckled and shook his head. He pointed forward and said, "You guys have more important things to do." Yun Nuoxing and Zero's expression turned serious as they nodded and turned their gazes towards the direction that Havana was pointing at. In the chaotic zone, the gas was suddenly pushed far away. In the unstable space, a person appeared out of nowhere. More than a dozen golden light rays circled around his body, revolving around him non-stop. That person was the void being. At this moment, his hands were hanging down and clasped together in front of him. In between his hands was a golden planet, which was also the last fragment that they had been searching for with all their might. We really traveled thousands of miles. Few, crossing the primordial realm to come to such a far place. Heaven and earth. Finally. Zero sighed 3 times. Anyone could hear the tiredness in his voice. He was the life of time, the embodiment of time. Even so, time would feel tired. It was just that he couldn't stop. Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and sighed. Lin Xing couldn't help but say, "Such a wonderful journey has finally come to an end." Ming walked lightly to Yun Nuoxing's side. She hugged him with her white wings and said softly, "Brother, go." Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at Zero. Both of them stepped out of the rule domain and opened it. Their figures flashed and arrived in front of the void being. They couldn't help but size him up. This could be considered their first real meeting. When they were fighting just now, they didn't have much time to size up this powerful enemy. At this moment, the chaotic elements on this void being's body were completely still. Not a single bit was left. All of them had returned to the fragment. At this moment, this void being was the purest. Yun Nuoxing and the others felt a vast power from his body. It was as if they were facing a void. Speaking of which, the void being was the symbol of the void. Moreover, it was the void of the 8 elements realm, which gave them a faint sense of familiarity. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and easily passed through the dozens of golden light rays. When she touched the golden planet, the fusion of the 8 fragments suppressed in the soul couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps it was because the last fragment was about to return? After taking the last fragment from the young man, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a white light burst out from the fragment. It was extremely sudden and fast, which shocked the two of them. However, they didn't feel any danger. Naturally, they didn't take any measures and allowed the white light to engulf the two of them. When they opened their eyes, they saw a brilliant galaxy. This was the memory contained in the fragment. Yun Nuoshing and Zero didn't find it strange. In their line of sight, more than a dozen black planets were chaotically arranged in this star field. The black suns shone with a black light that made people feel uneasy. This star field had a strong ominous energy flowing through it. The two of them were no strangers to this energy. Elements of primal chaos. This was a star system occupied by elements of primal chaos. In this star field, the chaotic and violent energy was everywhere. This energy had collapsed this star field and disrupted time and space. This was a space that was about to be destroyed. When the elements of primal chaos accumulated to a certain extent, this place would collapse on its own. This was the memory of the fragment, but it was very real. It was so real that Zero could feel the aura of this star field and the aura of the elements of primal chaos. It was a little different. There was something different. This is the primal chaos? What? Hearing Zero's astonished voice, Yun Nuoshing turned her head and saw Zero widening her eyes in astonishment. Zero pondered for a while and said, "Just like the natural elemental powers, fire, forest, and earth, the corresponding fire elemental, wood elemental, and earth elemental powers can be born in the world without being tainted by any other aura. They are the original elements, born from the world itself. Then, what about the ice element? Do you think the ice element will be born between heaven and earth?" Zero asked in a strange tone. "What are you talking about? Isn't the ice in the north and south ice realms?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Before she finished speaking, she paused. "That's the water element, not the ice element. It doesn't mean that the form of ice is the ice element. In fact, whether it's an iceberg or a glacier, they all contain the water element," Zero said softly. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. "That's it. The primal elements will be born between heaven and earth, but the primal, mutated elements will not be born," Zero said again. This time, Yun Nuoshing understood. She was stunned for a moment. She blinked and pointed at the planet in the distance. "Then you said that this is the primal chaos. The primal chaos is a special product born from the extreme mutation of the dark element. Isn't that nonsense?" "Yes, it's nonsense. It's very much nonsense. I can't explain it now. The only thing I can be sure of is that Father had been to this place in the past and saw some primal chaos. This is an indisputable fact." Zero frowned and nodded. Seeing Zero's troubled look, Yun Nuoshing reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't think about it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. No matter what, it's an indisputable fact that there is a large area of primal chaos here. Since it's a fact, it's useless to think too much about it. Anyway, if you can't figure it out, it's fine as long as you know it exists." Zero smiled bitterly. "Sometimes, I envy your simple-minded way of thinking." Of course, the memory fragment was not just for them to see the primal chaos. After pausing for 1 or 2 minutes, Yun Nuoshing and Zero saw that the dozens of planets that were disorderly suddenly trembled violently. Beams of black light penetrated the entire planet. The Earth cracked and black halos exploded from the planet. And at the center of the planets, a figure with black hair and black robes suddenly appeared. It was Quarter Moon. After Quarter Moon appeared, he was holding something in his hand. With a slight movement, the black beams of light that were rushing up to the stars suddenly changed direction and all of them were pointed at him. His aura completely burst out in just a few breaths. It was so powerful that it was enough to shatter the entire sky. In fact, after he fully released his power, the stars of this world were also shaking. The light of thousands of stars dimmed, as if they were about to be extinguished. The black beams of light focused for a minute. Then, they gradually dimmed and finally disappeared completely. As the beams of light disappeared, the dozens of planets suddenly fell apart as if they were disintegrating on their own. They broke apart and revealed their black cores. However, those cores were also dim. Their energy had been used up along with the output of the beams of light. Boom! A violent roar exploded in the starry sky, and a gigantic black pillar of light that was billions of miles long shot up into the sky. It penetrated the world barrier and surged into the void. At the same time, a wave spread across the entire void at an infinite speed. Even the worlds far away from here suddenly felt this wave. All the life in this world, in this primordial realm, felt this wave. It was like a divine oracle. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She was mesmerized by the brilliant beam of light. But when she felt the wave, she was still stunned. What's wrong? What's wrong? What was that just now? The Sky God's declaration. It announces to the entire void that a Sky God has descended. It announces to everyone that he was born. Zero took a deep breath and said, "So? Father became a Sky God here. This is the Five Elements realm, where Nainar is. This place once gave birth to primal chaos. No wonder the fragment came here. History is repeating itself?" Yun Nuoshing thought of something and blurted out. "Perhaps. Nainar, to be more precise, the five elemental realms, the upper plane, this world, this coordinate was where Father became a heavenly god more than 70 years ago. The scene of the past. After a few eras, the lower realm has been reborn many times. That world has long been lost. It's just that Nainar happened to come across this coordinate, the fragment." Zero said faintly. "Isn't that an unexpected disaster?" Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. "Originally, the people in Nainar were living well. They didn't seek death or cause any major disasters. But because of this coincidence, they were invaded by the elements of primal chaos and chased by the void beast. From then on, their peaceful lives were gone forever. They lived in such chaos every day. If it weren't for the Ling clan, they would have been wiped out long ago. Perhaps the elements of primal chaos surged in because they couldn't replay the scene of the past. Even if primal chaos exists, it can't appear all the time. Although this kind of replay is a little strange." Zero scratched its head. "Father definitely didn't have it as easy as we did when he became a sky god. He must have experienced many battles here. The scale of the battle must have been even greater. He destroyed more than 10 planets. How could it not be great?" Yun Nuoshing rolled its eyes and said, "But we sank the void. Wouldn't it be even greater?" This." Zero laughed dryly. Suddenly, its expression became serious. "No, now is not the time to compare who can cause more trouble. The replay of the memory is over. Let's go out." Yun Nuoshing looked at the huge pillar of light that was gradually dissipating above them and nodded. With a thought, he left with Zero. When he opened his eyes again, Yun Nuoshing lowered his head. The golden planet in his hand was gone. In its place was a transparent white ball. He was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly looked at his soul. The planet was gone too. It seemed that the 9 fragments had spontaneously fused together. The Gemini divine contract reacted spontaneously. Is it reminding us that we should leave? After they came out, Zero said this. Yun Nuoshing was stunned again. He pressed his hand to his chest. He also felt that something had spontaneously activated and formed a resonance between the two of them. We're leaving just like that? So, after causing a ruckus in someone else's territory, we're going to leave just like that? Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. It seemed that he could not do such a shameful thing. In any case, he had to deal with the aftermath or something. Havana and the others are from the divine race of the 5 elements realm. They're much more experienced than you, an outsider. Although it's not very kind to say this, it's better to leave these matters to them. We still have things to do. Zero paused for a moment and suddenly joked. And you haven't forgotten, right? You're still in the middle of a trip to the Arcana realm. F***ck. I've really forgotten all about this. Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air and slapped his head. The things that he had been busy with recently were a little strange, and a little fantastical. It made him forget that they were actually supposed to be in the arcana realm. Instead, they inexplicably ran to the five elements realm to cause a ruckus. Then what about him? Yun Nuoxing thought of something and pointed at the void life form. At this time, after the golden planet left, the golden lines on the young man's body also disappeared. He was still floating in an unconscious state. Zero pondered for a moment and said, "Bring him back. He's an incarnation of the void life form of the eight elements realm. Bring him back to the eight elements realm. This guy is also innocent. He was sleeping well in the void and was brought here by the fragment. Speaking of which, is he necessary to reenact history?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Fu Qing, Gu Shi, and a group of demons were sealed in the fragment. When they left the land of sealed skies, they took them along with a void lifeform in the void. Only then did they pass through the barrier of the primordial realm and come to the five elements realm. Zero smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who knows? The two of them tidied up. The transparent ball in their hands was shining brightly, as if it wanted to tell them something. However, now was not the time. They could only put it in their pockets and return to the eight elements realm first. Zero dragged the young man and returned to the group with Yun Nuoxing. The latter looked at Havana and said, "Havana, we're going back." Havana was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he understood something and nodded. "We're going back to the eight elements realm, right? I feel bad. We should have stayed to help with the aftermath, but for some reason, they suddenly told us that we should leave." Yun Nuoxing said with a dry smile. "It's nothing. The collapse of the void this time did not affect the children of the other world. As for the void, let it slowly recover. You have your own matters to attend to. Well, it's something we don't know much about anyway. You don't have to say anything. We won't understand even if you tell us." Havana simply spread his hands. "Let us send you off. Of course, we'll see you off." Ivan chuckled and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. The two of them rolled their eyes. Zero threw the void creature to Yuan Shi and said with a smirk, "That's a god. Hold on tight." Yuan Shi shuddered and hurriedly grabbed hold of the young man. Her handsome face had an incomparably resolute expression. She took a deep breath and looked as if she was ready to face death. It was as if the person she wanted him to carry was not a human, but an extremely dangerous object. Yun Nuoxing and Zero looked at each other. The two of them made a hand sign at the same time. Like a mirror, they made the same gesture. A loud shout spread throughout the chaotic land. The twin divine pact. Without much effort and without any special situation, the two of them once again returned to their pure logical thinking mode. But this time it was slightly different. Before Ming could say anything, the two of them tore open the gate to the eight elements realm. The journey to the five elements realm is over. The waiting time is too long. The void is destroyed. The divinity in the people of the divine realm is too strong. It will easily affect the recovery of the void. Those who are not high-ranking gods will have unstable divinity that will disturb the stability of the void. It's not advisable to stay in the lower realm for too long. We should leave. It was still the same ethereal voice that came from the two of them. It made everyone's cheeks twitch. Let's go, let's go. I'm so tired all this time." Chu Yingzhan casually waved her hand. She didn't care about everyone's expressions as she plunged into the purple and blue spatial door. She even left behind a sentence. "If you want to play sad farewells, don't drag this fairy into it." Everyone laughed bitterly. This girl. The two bosses in charge can't respond to you now. Yuan Shi laughed bitterly. Before he could finish, Nightmare swung his arm and sent him flying. He rushed in front of Havana, grabbed his hand, and shook it. Hey, we'll get out of here first. As for the future, if we become gods one day, maybe we'll group up and come down to visit you." Havana was also stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded with a smile and waved his hand. "Be careful. Ivan and the others looked at the blue and purple dimensional gate with great interest. He sniffled and said, "Is that the Eight Elements realm? I feel that the rules are completely different from here. Cough, the world over there is not suitable for you. Well, let's not talk too much. We'll leave now. If fate hasn't ended, we'll meet again in the future." She patted Ivan's shoulder and smiled. As for Ming and the other girls, they had already plunged into the dimensional gate and left. The large group of people left in the blink of an eye. She was the last to leave. He turned around and looked at the people from the spiritual realm. He nodded and said, "Goodbye. Take care." Havana nodded solemnly. She sighed and carried the void being into the gate of the primordial realm. Yun Nuoshing and Zero also walked towards the gate of the primordial realm and disappeared. In the chaotic zone, only Havana and the other gods from the spiritual realm were left. Ivan and the others sighed emotionally. Well, they're a bunch of weird guys from the beginning. Havana also smiled and nodded. Really, it's very magical. But it seems that we'll be busy for a while. Repairing the void. If possible, it's not a bad thing to study a higher level void. After all, life is long. Children, do your best. I'll go look elsewhere. Havana left behind a sentence and instantly disappeared. The 5 great spiritual gods and the others all smiled bitterly. Their lord had slipped away again. Chapter 900. Under the reddish-black sky, there was a thin layer of clouds and mist that filled every corner of this world. It was like a dense fairy aura. Strange and unusual scenes were happening in the corners of this huge world. This state lasted for a very long time, from ancient times to the present, and it had been like this since time immemorial. All of a sudden, a blue and purple spatial gate that was about 30 meters in size appeared on the ground, dispersing some of the immortal chi. Their vision began to clear up, and the fog in the entire area dissipated as if it had gone into hiding. Not long after the space gate appeared, a figure suddenly rushed out from it. That person looked around and suddenly took a deep breath of fresh air. His voice was filled with unconcealable joy. "The world of the 8 Elements realm. Abundant energy. I love this place to death." While he was sighing, the space gate behind him continuously fluctuated. Then, one figure after another came out and stood on this land. They looked around, then took a deep breath and said in unison, "The world of the 8 Elements realm. Is it that exaggerated?" The space gate finally fluctuated. 2 people walked out from it and the space gate closed. When the 2 people saw the group of people stretching and twitching, they could not help but roll their eyes. "You've only stayed in the 5 Elements realm for half a month. Don't talk as if you've been cut off from the world for a long time." That wonderful trip ended just like that. Lin Xing sighed. "I feel a lot of emotions, but I can't really put them into words. Hey, the energy in that place is too thin. I feel like I can't even breathe. You can't blame us for exaggerating." She casually rolled on the grass, then stood up like a carp. He walked forward and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. "Speaking of which, what's next?" Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself for a moment, then realized that everyone was looking at her. She could not help but be stunned and said, "Anyway, we're still in the world of the mausoleum. We still have to go back to participate in the trip to the secret realm later. You guys should recover your strength first. There are many things here. As for me, I have to deal with this fragment. Number 2, how do I use this thing?" Zero took the fragment that Yun Nuoshing handed over, tossed it in her hand and said, "Maybe it should be like this." Yun Nuoshing was puzzled, but before he could be puzzled for long, Zero shouted softly, grabbed the transparent ball, and slapped it between his eyebrows. The transparent ball directly penetrated his brain. Yun Nuoshing shuddered, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Is this really the correct way to use it? Zero laughed. "This fragment, there are many things that you can fuse with it. There's nothing wrong with pressing it directly into the brain, of course." After saying that, she smiled and gave a thumbs up, but everyone felt that something was wrong. Zero suddenly trembled, and the smile on her face froze instantly. Everyone was stunned as well, and they took a step back at the same time. They looked at Zero in surprise, then glanced at Yun Nuoxing. At this time, the latter floated up by herself, floating 10 feet above the ground with her eyes closed. Zero was in a similar position, as if the two of them had turned into keys again. "I swear that I won't be surprised if I see anything again today," Yao Hua said calmly. Everyone nodded. The half-month journey was amazing enough. At this time, they felt that their minds were much calmer, and they would not be surprised if they saw anything strange again. That being said, what happened next still made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Yun Nuoxing and Zero floated in the air. Behind them, the 5 black rings appeared again and slowly rotated behind them. A transparent aura appeared above their heads and gathered above them. Everyone was familiar with this aura. It was their soul power. No, it was not like ordinary soul power. It was more like their souls. Yuan Shi suddenly trembled. "I think I know what's going to happen later." "What?" Nightmare could not help but ask. Yuan Shi's cheeks trembled. Before he could say anything, the souls that floated out from Yun Nuoxing and Zero completely merged in the air. Then, the transparent ball that Zero had slapped into Yun Nuoxing's head floated out again and slowly entered the merged souls. Then, the ball released a faint light, and the soul slowly became more substantial. Its shape also slowly changed. From an irregular round shape, it began to elongate and gradually became a blurry human figure. "Holy shit, I think I've also thought of something incredible." Nightmare immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This time, there was no need for the two of them to reveal anything. Everyone thought of something. The souls of Yun Nuoxing and Zero, as well as the fragment that contained the heavenly god of primal chaos, these 3 things fused together. The humanoid soul started to solidify. In the span of a few breaths, it became a seemingly real figure. Ming's heart trembled slightly. This familiar face was just like the familiar face she had seen in the first few years. He had long black hair, black eyes, and an energy wave that she was most familiar with radiated from his body. However, this was not him. Everyone knew that this seemingly thin figure was not the person they were familiar with. An extremely terrifying aura radiated from his body. It was so terrifying that it could crush all elements in the world. This mausoleum world trembled slightly because of his appearance. However, it did not seem like a tremor of fear. Instead, they could actually feel a sense of intimacy radiating from this world. It was as if they had seen their former master appear once again. Primeval forbidden heavenly god of primal chaos, quarter moon, Yuan Shi could not help but murmur in his mind. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. What was going on this time? One of the most powerful beings of the primeval age had appeared before them. That body was extremely solid. It did not seem like it was formed from a soul. Everyone could even see the texture of the body. It had legs and a shadow. It did not seem like a ghost. This was a real existence. As if she had gradually awakened from 70 eras of deathly silence, Quarter Moon opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little dazed. When a ray of clarity flashed past, she came to life. Her black hair fluttered behind her, and her black robes fluttered without wind. An extremely terrifying aura leaked out, causing everyone to almost suffocate. However, this aura only appeared for a moment. It disappeared in an instant. They hurriedly gasped for breath, and cold sweat poured down their faces. "So, have we finally reached this step?" The ethereal voice was slightly stiff. It was a voice that they were familiar with. However, compared to that familiarity, it did not have a trace of softness like Yun Nuoxing's. Instead, it had a hint of indifference and toughness. Quarter Moon lowered her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Zero. She took a deep breath and said, "After dozens of eras of planning, we have finally reached this crucial step. Countless years, countless times, countless times." The latter part of her sentence was like a low murmur to herself. No one could clearly hear what she was saying. No one dared to prick their ears to listen to what this god of ancient times was whispering. Does she have memories of those years? Those years? Those years when the soul projection was reincarnated. How do you know? I guessed. Yuan Shi and Nightmare were the type of people who were not afraid of anything and would occasionally seek death. At this moment, they were also murmuring without any scruples. It was easy for people to think that something was repeated so many times, and then they would think of how many times they had died during reincarnation. The two of them murmuring was nothing, but it scared everyone so much that they broke out in cold sweat. However, perhaps because the two of them were murmuring, Quarter Moon heard the voices outside and finally came back to her senses. She let out a long sigh of relief and raised her head. Her black eyes looked straight at everyone, and the two of them were dumbfounded. "Oh, there's someone here," Quarter Moon said indifferently. Everyone was stunned and their cheeks trembled. "And there are quite a few of them. It seems that this child is much more outstanding than me." Quarter Moon lowered her head to look at Yun Nuoxing again and said, "I just don't know how many of them will stay by my side in the end." This murmur was very soft, and not many people heard it clearly. However, those who heard it clearly felt their hearts skip a beat. They had an inexplicable bad feeling. "You are the children of the Nine Gods' Temple." Quarter Moon raised her head and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Her eyes were clear, and her indifferent black eyes contained a kind of wisdom that others could not see clearly. She did not look like a remnant soul left behind from a distant era. She was more like a god who lived in the present and knew the past and the present. The beginning of the 139th era. The time is just right. There's still time, from the beginning to the end. Quarter Moon did not speak to anyone. She only murmured to herself. Everyone could understand what she was saying, but they did not know what she wanted to say. "I don't have much time left," Quarter Moon said indifferently. Everyone perked up. She seemed to be about to say something. Quarter Moon raised her head and looked straight at everyone. Her voice was indifferent, calm, and natural. "Are any of you his closest relatives?" All of them glanced at each other, and then they shot their gazes towards Kuming, Binger, Little Moon, and Yu. If it was in terms of close relatives, then only the four of them. Ming and the others looked at each other. Then, Ming nodded and stepped forward. She said softly, "I am his wife." Everyone suddenly spat out mouthfuls of saliva. Yuan Shi and the others directly fell to the ground, twitching and unable to get up. Even Little Moon and Yu sat on the ground in a mess. They looked at Ming in disbelief. If Yun Nuoxing was still awake, she would probably teach her a lesson. Quarter Moon was stunned when she saw the group of people lying on the ground. She looked at Ming thoughtfully and said softly, "There are survivors among the angels?" This topic was quickly brushed aside. Quarter Moon did not confirm whether Ming was telling the truth. She just took out the Netherworld Ruin sword from Yun Nuoxing's body. Then, with a shake of her hand, she threw it in front of Ming. She stood upright on the ground and said, "Oh, then you can go and die first." The air here instantly froze. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, and looked at Quarter Moon and Ming in shock. Yuan Shi subconsciously shouted, "Why? Why? There is no reason." Quarter Moon looked at him indifferently. Instantly, Yuan Shi felt like thousands of arrows were piercing through his heart. He took a few steps back, his whole body covered in sweat. A person's blood sacrifice is needed to open the last lock, which is the so-called sacrifice. If it can't be opened, he will be the one to die. Quarter Moon pointed at Yun Nuoxing. Yuan Shi and the others' faces immediately darkened. "You said that you are his closest kin. Do you have the resolve to die for him?" The crowd also fell silent. This question was not only directed at Kuming, but it was also directed at them. If what happened today was their loved ones, and they had to exchange their lives for their loved ones, what would they choose? Give up everything? Ming immediately clenched her fist. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly for a moment as she stared intently at Yun Nuoxing, who was suspended in midair with his eyes tightly shut. Even his aura could not be sensed. Some gentleness flashed through her eyes. She had never wavered from that answer. From the very beginning until now, therefore, she pulled out the Netherworld Ruined sword with determination. She adjusted the length of the sword, and then, Ming, you have to reconsider. Netherworld Ruin's voice rang out in Ming's mind. Ming only laughed, and then stabbed himself without hesitation. The sound of the sword piercing into the body came very suddenly. Everyone was still staring at Quarter Moon in midair in fear when she heard the sound. She looked down in shock and saw Ming lying in a dark golden pool of blood. The Netherworld Ruined sword had pierced through her body, emitting a dark purple light. Everyone could feel a strong sense of sorrow coming from the huge sword. Wow, so straightforward. Everyone was shocked and at a loss for what to do. Even Xian Yu was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the angel to be so straightforward. Yuan, she gritted his teeth. He wanted to roar, but Quarter Moon only waved her hand and sighed. She said something that confused everyone. All right, you win. Congratulations on passing. Quarter Moon sighed. She waved her hand, and Ming floated up with the Netherworld Ruined sword. However, she had already fainted and could not hear what she said. She waved her hand and had the Netherworld Ruined sword move out of Ming's body. The wound was still there, but it was no longer bleeding. Quarter Moon placed Ming beside Yun Nuoxing and snapped her fingers. A crack appeared on the latter's wrist. Some golden red blood flowed out and merged with a drop of Ming's blood. Then, the drop of blood split into two. One shot into Yun Nuoxing's heart, while the other landed in Ming's heart and merged with it. I was lying. Xuanyue's calm words brought everyone back to their senses. When they looked at him again, their expressions were different. He had been very calm and even a little cold, but now there was a faint smile on his handsome face. There was an expression of relief between his brows. Sacrificing a person in exchange for his life is a lie. He doesn't have any destiny. Quarter Moon smiled faintly. It's just that I don't have much time left. I don't have much time to test whether someone is trustworthy or not. I don't have much time to entrust this matter that concerns me and this child to someone. This is the fastest way I can think of. Quarter Moon sighed softly. This is a matter of great importance. The person I need is someone who can depend on this child's life. Someone who will not betray him even if they have to give up their own life. Yuan Shi and the others were stunned. I haven't been betrayed many times. It's just enough to change a person's temperament. So I've changed. I no longer trust anyone other than those who can entrust their lives to me. I also no longer doubt anyone. If I betray someone again, I'll at most kill another person or a group of people. When Quarter Moon said this, she was still smiling faintly. Everyone shuddered. This person, this god, was never a good person. Even he said so himself. About that, isn't Little Star your reincarnation of half of your soul? Yuan Shi scratched his head and asked. Little Star? Is that the child's name? Quarter Moon glanced at him. Her gaze was very calm. Yuan Shi didn't feel any pressure, but he still couldn't help but shudder. His name is Yun Nuoxing, Yuan Shi said. Xianyue nodded and sighed. Yes, that's right. These two children are half of my soul. They carry half of me. However, Yun Nuoxing is only logically connected to me. He is himself. After being reincarnated for dozens of eras, the necessary connection between us has been erased. I am Xianyue and he is Yun Nuoxing. Logically speaking, I am his past life, but that is only logic. All that is left of us is a weak karmic connection. He is no longer the complete me. Now, he is no longer the complete me. And he can't be the complete me. Seeing that the connection between him and me is so weak that even I can't sense it, I know that the plan of dozens of eras has succeeded. After today, the last connection between him and me will be completely severed. From now on, he will be himself. He has just inherited the life of an unlucky person. To him, that is just a memory that can be ignored like a story. However, this connection will probably still be recognized on the day when he becomes a god. In the end, we can't avoid this point. We can only let this child be fully prepared. Quarter Moon sighed and muttered to herself, "It's this era. It's this era." Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes couldn't help but twitch. His gaze slid all over Yun Nuoxing's body and finally fixed on his chest. With a wave of his hand, the whirlpool zither flew out of Yun Nuoxing's heart and landed in his hand. Hugging the 6-feet-long zither, Quarter Moon was stunned. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia. She couldn't help but sigh. This is Sister Xian Yin's. So, he has already seen Sister Xian Yin. In this life, he might succeed. No, he must succeed. There is no more time to wait for the next life. Everyone was stunned again. However, Quarter Moon didn't pay attention to them. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. The receptive spirit godly body has also grown well. It seems like leaving the origin of the godly body behind was the right thing to do. Yuanxi was shocked. The origin of the receptive spirit godly body was left behind by you. Quarter Moon turned around and smiled at him. I am the receptive spirit godly body. Everyone turned pale with fright. It's just that when I found out, I sealed the origin of the godly body. Well, most of the reason was probably because I was afraid of death. In my time, there were 2 receptive spirit godly bodies, but they both died. So when I was still very weak, I sealed the receptive spirit godly body so that it wouldn't manifest itself forever. Quarter Moon smiled. Even enlightened gods have days when they are weak. Everyone smacked their lips and sighed. When Quarter Moon was still very weak, she probably panicked when she found out that she was the receptive spirit godly body. Sealing the origin was also a last resort. What happened after that? Yuanxi asked. After that? What happened after that was when I became an enlightened god. At that time, I started to make preparations for this matter. I discovered the origin of the godly body that I had sealed in the depths of my soul, so I went with the flow and set it to be unsealed at that time. It can be considered a success. The receptive spirit godly body seems to be growing well now, Quarter Moon said. The matter he was talking about was naturally the matter of leaving it for the future. It's not bad. It's just that the entire realm of the gods probably knows about it, and there are many people who are still thinking about Little Star. Yuanxi smiled bitterly. Quarter Moon didn't look surprised when she heard that. It's normal. The origin of the receptive spirit godly body has always been coveted by people since ancient times. It has always been there, but no one has really obtained it. Chapter 901. This child doesn't need to participate in the competition among the younger generation of this era. The influence of the path that I have arranged is enough to support him to ascend to the post-celestial tier. He only needs to walk the path that he wants to walk. Titles like God's Favored One, Genius, and Heavenly Gifted Talent are not important to him. Really, nothing is important. Quarter Moon gently stroked Yun Nuoxing's head and sighed softly. However, the words that came out of her mouth left everyone speechless. She was indeed a heavenly deity. This child has his own mission. Although it is a mission that I have imposed on him, it is something that he must do. One day, the enemy will come knocking on his door. If he does not have the strength to protect himself and the people around him by then, everything will be in vain. The only thing that I can do now is to delay the arrival of this time, as much as possible. When the time comes, he will have enough strength to protect himself and everything that he loved. Quarter Moon said faintly. Nightmare could not help but ask if, it's really if. I don't mean anything else. If Boss does not, what will happen? Quarter Moon's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. If this child unfortunately dies in this life, or if everything fails, The last thing that I have left behind will make this world where the realm of the gods is located. Quarter Moon raised her hand high and waved it in front of her. Along with the void, it will be reset. Everyone broke out in cold sweat again. From the beginning until now, the cold sweat had already soaked their back. This is something that can't be helped. We need to have a little backup plan as a last resort. Moreover, this is just a matter of bringing the void into turmoil a little earlier. Quarter Moon sighed faintly. Once every 20 eras, it is the end of this era. This is also the end of this era. If this child fails, there is still the great reincarnation that can erase all the distortions that we have caused to this world. Yuan Shi and the others trembled violently. The great reincarnation? This was something that had been hidden for a long time, and no one knew about it. All of a sudden, their curiosity was piqued. He could not help but shout, "What is the great reincarnation? Oh, you guys don't know? Well, normal people don't know about it. Even the gods might not know about the great reincarnation. Although I did not experience it with my own body, I still know a little bit about it in the great reincarnation. Plus, the great reincarnation was not a secret in our era. Even the gods would know about it," Quarter Moon said faintly. Everyone smiled wryly. Was something that only the gods knew not a secret? However, no one interrupted her. They had heard of the 3 words, great reincarnation, before. Perhaps they had seen it in ancient books, but they still did not know what it represented. They only knew that it was the dividing point between 2 eras. They only knew that it happened once every 20 eras. The great reincarnation happens once every 20 eras. It is also the dividing point between the end and beginning of an era in the realm of the god. This is a self-activity of the great primordial realm. Based on the time of the 8 primordial realms, every 20 eras, that is, it happens once every 20 trillion years. The great purge of the primordial realm. The primordial realm's own activity, self-destruction, self-collapse, and the entire great primordial realm returning to zero, returning to a state where there is nothing. From the single primordial realm to the 8 primordial realms, it is unavoidable. In general terms, it is the end of the world that is easiest for you to understand. However, the scope of this is not the worlds that you know, but the entire great primordial realm. This is the extent of the great primordial realm's self-activity. When the primordial realm was first born, order, rules, and energy were all in a normal state. Later on, when the world was born and life was born, these existences would consume these 3 factors of beginning. To give birth to a weak life, how much order, rules, and energy would be consumed? When a powerful individual is promoted, even more factors of beginning will be consumed. When these 3 factors are consumed to a certain extent, the world will announce that it has reached its end. It will self-collapse and dissipate into the void. By the same logic, the entire great primordial realm also has these 3 factors of beginning. When they are consumed to a certain extent, the great primordial realm itself will be completely reshuffled, destroying everything. Everything will return to zero and return to its original state of chaos and nothingness. Then, everything will start anew. Order, rules, and energy will return to their original state. Of course, things like the end of the world happen every moment. Whether it is the lower realm or the 8 elements realm, it is the same. However, the great samsara is a complete self-cleansing event for the great primordial realm. It is just that it will last for 20 eras. Other than the powerful gods among the gods, no other life will have any chance of surviving. Of course, those who are directly protected by the gods are exceptions. However, those who have that kind of power have already become gods. Quarter Moon's voice had been very indifferent. He had experienced it himself. During the samsara, he had experienced it a few times. It was just a memory fragment. However, the crowd who listened to him in a daze did not expect this at all. They simply thought that the great samsara was a symbolic event that happened in the middle of the transition between 2 eras. Now that they thought about it, in the gods' realm, countless huge forces were once born. However, many of these forces could only be seen from ancient books. They could no longer see any trace of their existence in the 5 large regions of the gods' realm. Only those transcendent existences, those super forces that once had gods, had survived from that distant era. So this was the reason. Those famous forces that had disappeared did not survive the great samsara of the great samsara of the great samsara of the great samsara of the great samsara and disappeared in that great purge. Quarter Moon waved his hand. Dozens of images appeared in front of him, projecting the outside world. Some were of the gods' realm, and some seemed to be of other worlds. He looked at those images and suddenly sighed. Look, these people on the road. Some of them are from the lower realm, and some are cultivators from the gods' realm. Everyone looked at it attentively for a while. Yuan Shi nodded. Yes, I see them. What's wrong? They never knew about the existence of the great samsara. They don't know what will happen on the day of the great samsara. Quarter Moon let out a long sigh. His eyes seemed to be unfocused, but also seemed to be focused on something. For a moment, everyone seemed to be able to see all the living beings in the world from his eyes. They live in their own worlds, busy or leisurely every day. Cultivators are working hard to cultivate, joining forces, and constantly strengthening themselves. Mortals are calculating their daily necessities and their short lives. No one knows that there is an inevitable event called the Great Samsara that is slowly approaching on the timeline. This inevitable event can never be avoided. No one knows that this event will happen in less than an era's time. Countless worlds, countless glorious worlds, no matter how magnificent their history is, everything that was once treasured, the entire Deyuan realm will be destroyed in this violent turbulence. After saying that, Xianyue let out a long sigh. Sometimes I envy those annoying people. Ignorance is bliss. The ignorant are fearless. They don't need to worry about these things, and they don't need to care about these things that happen at the top of the world. They only have a few decades to 300 years of lifespan. Even if the great samsara happens 1,000 years later, it has nothing to do with them, because they've already lived through this short life. The more we know, the heavier we feel this world becomes. We care about the lives of the people, yet we destroy their worlds mercilessly, all for the sake of creating a peaceful place to protect more people. Even though we still fail in the end, the great samsara still requires the gods to use their own strength to resist it. That's the power that comes from the self-destruction of the grand primordial realm. Everything within it will self-destruct as the great samsara happens. All that's left is the strength of the gods themselves. Everyone was silent. Their eyes flickered. Looking at the sorrowful Quarter Moon, they couldn't help but lower their heads. The deep sorrow in his voice made them curious and wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to open their mouths to ask. Ding! A crisp and pleasant sound came from the side, attracting everyone's attention. Quarter Moon also turned her gaze and looked at Yun Nuoxing, and then looked at Ming who was beside him. She smiled faintly and said, "The fusion is complete. This way there will be no mistake." "What did you do to them?" Yuan Shi asked. "This child is about to inherit everything that I have, including the power that I once had. It's just that the huge amount of power has now dissipated, and it can't help him to reach the level of a god. I didn't look at his memories, but I know about Yun Nuoxing from the subbody, which is another child. The remaining power should be enough for him to cross the demonic and demigod levels in one go. These are not important. What's important is," Quarter Moon paused, "the element of chaos." At the mention of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They already knew from Yun Nuoxing that the power of the Beast of Void was a strange body of energy that was born from the materialization of the element of chaos. The violent power that destroyed the balance was a special product of the extreme mutation of the element of darkness. It was extremely violent and chaotic, and it made their hearts palpitate. I also left this power to him, but this power is too chaotic, too violent, and uncontrollable. It's ineffective against order, and even the wielder will be affected by it. When I was still a god, and before I became a god, my life form was subtly changed a few times due to the influence of the element of chaos. In the end, I reached a stable state with great difficulty. Although I still have the appearance of a human, I can no longer be called a human. The remaining human characteristics in me have also been obliterated. Although these can't be seen, and it won't show on my body, Quartermoon said. I thought that you would become strange, and grow a few more tentacles, bald, dyed hair, and have a crooked mouth and nose or something. Nightmare stared at her. Everyone fell to the ground, sprawled on the ground. This god of darkness still had no scruples with his words. Quartermoon looked at him in surprise. What an unexpected and wonderful idea! But that's already a change in the form of life. It's a change in the form of a race. I'm only talking about the change in the form of life. From a material life form to a chaotic life form. In short, it's very strange. It's not an energy life form, not a material life form, and not an elemental life form. It's a strange existence. If I have to describe it, it's somewhat similar to the origin life form, but it's not in the same category as them. Take this little girl for example. She was originally a human, but I can see the traces of change in her soul. She should have changed from a human to an angel. Her life form and life form have changed. Her race and life form have changed from a human and material life form to an angel and energy life form. Quartermoon explained. After explaining, she looked at her hands thoughtfully and frowned. Then, am I a human, a chaotic life form, or a god, an unknown life form? Oh, I don't know. The moment you become a god, you're no longer a human. Your life form hasn't changed, but your life form has changed from a human to a god. Although you still retain some of the characteristics of a human, these have changed again under the subtle influence of the elements of chaos. I don't know. I really don't know. Everyone was speechless. This god was really something. Her life form had changed again and again. Ahem, I've gone off topic. Quartermoon coughed softly and patted Yun Nuoshing's head. She said, the elements of chaos are extremely unstable. It's a very unstable factor, but it's a necessary trump card. In the future, we will have to use it many times. The elements of chaos are of the dark side. To put it simply, it's evil. It's just that I don't quite agree with this definition, so I've always said that it's the dark side. The elements of chaos are of the dark attribute, but we can't directly define it as evil. It's very powerful, and the dark attribute can easily affect its wielder. Let's not talk about an old monster like me who has lived for a very long time. This child is quite pure. However, if he inherits the elements of chaos and my memories, he won't necessarily be able to withstand it because his mind isn't strong enough. However, as long as he doesn't self-destruct, everything will be fine. So, to prevent him from self-destructing, I've added a powerful lock, this little girl. When necessary, she can stabilize him or stop him from self-destructing. So, this lock can only be borne by someone who is willing to sacrifice their life for this child. I am an undead that walks in the darkness, and all the soundless listen to me. I am the symbol of darkness, the representative of darkness. I have never felt that I have anything in common with light. Instead, I feel that darkness is extremely close to me. My title of Chaos Deity is also the result of me choosing darkness and using the element of chaos to upgrade myself. The seed of darkness has already been planted in this child's heart, and he has also inherited the element of chaos. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably walk on this path as well. This will be the key point for him to reach the level of God. It's just that the soul receiving divine body is of the holy element, which is also the light element. This might be a bit contradictory. Quartermoon sighed. Seeing that everyone was confused, she couldn't help but be stunned. Don't you guys know? What's that? Yuan, she asked in a daze. When you first ascend into the demigod tier, you have to choose the 5 main attributes of order: chaos, light, darkness, and non-elemental according to your own affinity to condense the seed of origin to prepare for your ascension into the ranks of gods. It takes a whole beginner divine tier to prepare for your ascension into the ranks of God. There is a suppression in this place, but I can feel that almost half of you are already at the demigod tier. Why don't you have any seed of origin? This child is only at the demonic tier. How can he have an seed of origin? Quarter Moon was also stunned. Everyone was confused and looked at each other. In the end, all of them shook their heads vigorously. No, I've never heard of it. Quarter Moon was also stunned and opened her mouth wide. After thinking for a while, she scratched her head suspiciously. Or was it during our era? This was the most efficient training method. I'm not sure. Maybe after the change, you guys have some more efficient and simpler method. However, this child has accidentally condensed the seed of origin. This also means that he is very suitable for the training method of the ancient era. At least, he should be quite compatible with the training method after the beginner divine tier. Actually, I think it's because our masters did not tell us. Yao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed his forehead. After thinking for a while and confirming that he had not heard of such information, he nodded and said, "Yes. Our masters have never told us about the later stages of God. We'll know when the time comes." Moreover, in the realm of the gods have not appeared, and the heavenly gods are nowhere to be seen. The god emperors are considered the strongest fighting force here, Nightmare said. Quarter Moon rubbed a strand of hair and thought for a while. Then she said, "The laws of heaven and earth have changed. It's nearing the end of the era. The great cycle is approaching, and the laws of heaven and earth are not suitable for the birth of more champions. This is normal. However, near the end of the era, there should be an extreme reversal, just like the final radiance of the setting sun. When that time comes, the great cycle will happen soon. Probably, according to the current time, there should be." After pondering for a while, Xianhua took out the Book of the Ages of Yunhua Planet and Zero. She borrowed it and made some calculations, then said, "It's only the beginning of the 139th era. It's only been 1,000,000 years. However, with such fluctuations of order, perhaps in the next 1,000 years there will be a great reversal. At that time, powerful beings will appear like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and there will be plenty of deities. Then, not long after, it will be the great reincarnation, just like the time before death. Let's have some fun." Everyone's cheeks twitched. Yuan Shi counted with his fingers and felt that something was not right. That's not right. Didn't they say that the great cycle happens once every 20 eras? Then the next time will be the 140th era. Our era has just begun, and it will happen soon after 1,000,000 years? That's right. An epoch. Is 100 million years very long? Xianhua said very normally. Everyone was shocked. Is it not long? Quarter Moon nodded seriously. Yes, it's not long. Everyone was speechless. The total lifespan of these youngsters was probably less than 5-digit. It was difficult for them to understand how long 100 million years was. Only divine champions like Quarter Moon could understand it. Perhaps to them, it was just a few blinks of an eye. Well, they still felt that it was very long. It was so long that 100 million years sounded like an eternity to them. To add another 100 million before that, they could not even think about it. Alright, it's about time. When they completely complete the fusion and stabilize, my time will be up. Quarter Moon let out a long sigh. It's so long, so long. 70 eras of waiting. In this life, I'll definitely be able to go on. I'll definitely be able to reach places that I couldn't reach before. He raised his head and looked at the reddish-black sky. It was as if he wanted to see through the vault of heaven, as if he had seen something. He turned around and looked at Ming and Yun Nuoxing. The huge penetrating wound on the former's body had silently healed. Both of their hearts had the same mysterious golden rune. The light of the rune fell directly into Quarter Moon's eyes, making him feel completely relieved. This is all I can do. The influence I left behind will always affect you. Don't be afraid, don't worry. In this life, you're not alone. You've never been alone. Quarter Moon's voice was incomparably gentle. His tone was as if he was talking to his own child or the younger generation. After he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Quarter Moon's eyes suddenly widened. He waved his arm in front of him, and a mysterious wave suddenly spread across the entire world. It passed through the secret realm and spread beyond the realm of the gods. I, dark string moon of the primal chaos deity, the monarch of darkness and chaos, and the apotheosized god of the primal antiquity era, declare in the name of the last deity of darkness and chaos. Quarter Moon swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Everyone could see that his hands were trembling. This era is over. It's now the 139th era. A new era has arrived. The ancient souls of the dead will return to the cycle of reincarnation. The primal antiquity era has completely come to an end. As these high-spirited words fell, everyone's hearts suddenly trembled. They suddenly felt that in the sky, in the void, something had suddenly collapsed with a loud rumble. At this moment, something had quietly dissipated, leaving an inexplicable emptiness in their hearts. Grief quietly spread in this moment. In the realm of the gods, the surrounding mountains stood loftily. Under the mist, the shapes of the shapes were the heads of giant dragons. It was like a dragon's tomb. There were thousands of dragon-shaped mountains here. On the highest mountain, a woman in a pink dress suddenly stood up from the pavilion. The wave of energy spread across the entire world at an infinite speed, affecting her. Her saintly and demonic aura couldn't help but ripple. A pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the sky. Her jade-like hands clung to the stone pillar of the pavilion with great force, slightly trembling slightly. The deity's declaration, the end of the era, the primal antiquity era, this time, the primal antiquity era has completely come to an end, but, Brother Moon, are you really willing to accept this?